सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
अच्छा, तो क्या वहाँ पर
शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम्। हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you. The theme of the 8th National Conclave Sajag 2025 is deepfake AI manipulation and cybersecurity. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence has introduced both incredible opportunities and significant challenges. One of the most alarming developments in AI-driven technology is deepfake manipulation. This poses a several threat to national security, political integrity, business reputations, and individual privacy. The conclave aims to address the growing challenges posed by deepfake AI manipulation and cybersecurity, and promoting awareness. To elegance the inaugural ceremony of Sajag 2025, we have with us Professor N.K. Goyal, founder and chairman of Telecom Equipment Manufacturers Association, as chief guest. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Astropelvi, Dr. Upinder Dhar, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Professor N.K. Goyal. Thank you. From humble beginning in 2018, our cybersecurity conclave Sajag has grown every year into a premier event, bringing together industry leaders and cybersecurity experts to discuss the latest trends and challenges in the field of cybersecurity. I invite Dean Academic and Chairperson Sajag 2025, Dr. Anand Rajawat, to introduce about this year's conclave and its objective. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sweta. A very good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Professor N.K. Goyal ji, Chairman TMA Telecom Equipment Manufacturer Association and President CSAI Cybersecurity Association of India. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore. Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Convener Sajak 25. Mr. Sunny Bagga and Mrs. Bharti Ahuja, Coordinators Sajak 2025. Speakers of various plenary session chairs, dignitaries from various institute and industry across the country, deans, head of the institutes, head of the departments, delegates, press and media, faculty members, and my dear students. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of purpose that I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this inaugural function of 8th National Conclave Sajak 2025 on the theme Deepfake AI Manipulation and Cybersecurity, the New Age of Deception, organized by Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit in association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. On the beginning, I would like to introduce Sajak 2025. The Sajak 25 is the national conclave of its kind in central India and is organized by the university at the time. University successfully organized the first national conclave Sajak 18 in March 18, the second national conclave Sajak 19 in February 19, third national conclave Sajak 20 in July 20, fourth conclave Sajak 21 in March 21, fifth national conclave 22 in March 22, sixth conclave Sajak 23 in April 23, and seventh conclave Sajak 2024 in 27 April 2024. The 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, Sajak 25, seeks to change the paradigm of how we look at digital space and security, critically measuring the impact of cybersecurity on business operations and their security implications. The theme of Sajak 2025 is deepfake AI manipulation and cybersecurity, the new age of deception. It is both an honor and a necessity that we gather here today, at a time when technology continues to evolve at a pace that outstrips regulations, awareness, and even imagination. Artificial intelligence, once celebrated purely for its potential to revolutionize industries and enhance human lives, now also confronts us with the unsettling reality, the rise of deepfake and synthetic media that threaten the very foundation of trust, truth, and security. From manipulated video impersonating public figures to fabricated voice used in financial fraud, the misuse of AI generated content is not a distant possibility. It is already here. And with every passing day, it grows more sophisticated, more convincing, and more dangerous. Deepfakes are a direct product of AI manipulation, especially the use of generative adversarial network, GEN, and other machine learning models to synthesize realistic images, videos, or audio. These AI systems are manipulated not for innovation or utility, but for deception, allowing malicious actors to impersonate individuals, spread misinformation, or create fraudulent content. This manipulation undermines trust in digital content, making it harder for people to distinguish between truth and fiction online. In terms of cybersecurity, deepfakes pose a rapidly escalating threat. They are now used in phishing attacks, corporate intelligence, and identify fraud. For example, deepfake videos and voice clones have been used to trick employees into wiring millions to attackers, pretending to be company executive. In the geopolitical realms, deepfakes have been deployed to interfere with election, spread fake news, and incite public unrest, thus becoming a tool of cyber warfare and hybrid threats. Because deepfake can bypass traditional cybersecurity defenses like multi-factor authentication that uses voice or face, they require new detection tools, updated legal framework, and AI-driven countermeasures to secure individuals, institutions, and national interest. Towards this goal, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, in association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards, is carrying out extensive awareness, training, workshop, and education campaign so that the public are made aware of dangers of deepfake and how they should be careful and avoid falling into cyber traps using advanced technologies. Sajag 2025 is also a step in this direction. Plenary sessions in Sajak 25 will focus on various aspects of deepfake AI manipulation and cybersecurity, and will also seek to share key research findings, lessons learned, best practices, as well as identify gaps in knowledge. Renowned speakers from academia, government agency, as well as from industry across the country in the field of cybersecurity will deliver expert talk during this conclave. Today we have with us as keynote speaker Professor N.K. Goyalji, Chairman Telecom Equipment Manufacturers Association and President CMI Association of India, President CSAI Cyber Security Association of India. In plenary sessions, we have with us as speaker Dr. Forum Shah, Tech Lead, Cloud Security and BI Department, Cloud at Microsoft, Dr. Rinkesh Bansal, Program Director and Leader of the Security Dev Lab at IBM, Mr. Raghavendra Singh, Global Head Cloud Security Business in TCS, Mr. Akshit Jain, Business Program Manager, Google Cloud Learning Services, Google, Dr. Dinesh Bereja, COO, Open Security Alliance, Mumbai, Maharashtra, Dr. Dhiresh Patel, Engineering Manager at IBM. This conclave is not just a meeting of minds, it is call to action. Over the course of our session, we will explore the technical underpinnings of deepfake technologies, the ethical and legal challenges they present, and perhaps most importantly, the cybersecurity strategies and policy framework we must adopt to safeguard our digital and democratic space. We are joined by thought leaders in AI, cybersecurity experts, legal scholars, policymakers, and technologists, all of whom bring invaluable perspective to this urgent conversation. It is only through such collaboration that we can develop robust defense against this new age of deception. Let this conclave be a platform not only for insight but for innovation, not only for discussion but for key direction. Because in a world where seeing is no longer believing, defending the truth has never been more critical. I welcome you all once again, and I hope this platform will spark meaningful discussion, impactful collaborations, and actionable outcomes. Let us unite in our pursuit of truth, ethics, and cyber resilience in this new age of digital deception. Thank you and welcome once again to the conclave. Let's begin this important journey together. Happy learning to all. Thank you. Over to you, Sweta.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with insights into the conclave. Now, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of SSSB, Dr. Upinder Dhar, for the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Chief guest for Sajag 2025, Professor N.K. Goyalji, all other resource persons for Sajag this year. At the outset, I would like to welcome all of you to this forum. As we know, all of us know, that quality of life has very significantly improved. Whatever we do, irrespective of domain, whatever we do, we are doing in a better way. We are in a better environment today if we compare, say, 40 years back. If we take healthcare, there is a improvement, very significant improvement. If we take education, there is significant improvement. See, as a teacher, I have seen those days when we were using blackboard in the class, followed by green board, followed by whiteboard, and then even internet in the class. When I was director of Nirma Institute of Management way back in 2006, that time we used to have internet in the classroom itself. So over the period of time, technology has, I would say, not less than a miracle. Everything has changed. Qualitatively, it has improved. Things have become easier. Even distances have become meaningless. Today also we are connected from different parts of the country. But it is because of the technology that distance is meaningless. So if we look at it closely, technology has contributed very significantly in every domain of life. Name the domain, technological interface is there. No doubt about it. But at the same time, crime was happening earlier also. Crime is happening today also. But there is a difference. Today it is happening with more sophistication. Today many times we are not able to count between the original and the fake. That is also happening because of the technology. So technology is also being misused or used in those domains, those areas which are not desirable, for example, crime. Therefore, cyber crime has become a big issue today. This is said to be the era of data or data science. Even data can be stolen. Data can be misused because of the technological interface. Keeping these concerns in view, in 2018, we thought of creating a platform wherein experts can be invited to share their views, to share their experiences, also guide us on what is going to happen over the period of time, how future is going to shape itself. While technology on one hand is making things positively better, qualitatively better, but at the same time there are people who are misusing it. How to stop it, how to prevent it, how to take care of it, and how to manage such situations. Today we are starting with this 8th chapter of Sajag, and like in previous years, we have well-known and eminent speakers today who will be sharing their experiences, who will be sharing their wisdom with all of us. And I'm sure all of us including students, faculty, and other experts, will feel enriched with the deliberations of the experts. This is a sort of platform wherein learning is very much possible from each other. One may be a big expert, but then learning never stops. Learning continues. Sometimes teachers think that we are teaching, so we know the subject. I don't think so. I have been teaching for the last 47 years, but then I don't think I'm a great expert. There is always scope to learn. Therefore, all of us keep our minds open. We need to keep our minds open to learn. So as it says that ignorance can be dispelled or removed, and the rays, sunlight can come from any direction. So I would appeal everyone, all the participants, to be open, keep an open mind, listen to the experts carefully, and ask the questions. See, asking questions is also very important. See, when we were young, those days we were told that it is not good to question. If whatever a teacher is saying, accept it. Don't question. These are bad manners. But those days are gone now. It no more holds true. Today, we think that asking appropriate questions will lead to more learning, better learning. If we ask more, experts will share more. But the only caution is that questions should be relevant. We should not go haywire. So ask questions and learn and keep on learning. So once again, I welcome Professor N.K. Goyal and all other experts on this occasion, and happy learning to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome and sharing your knowledge with us. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sunny Bakka, Coordinator Sajag 2025, to introduce our today's chief guest.
Thank you, ma'am. Technical team, kindly share the presentation. It is great honor and pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Professor N.K. Goyal. Professor N.K. Goyal, a legendary figure in the telecom industry, known as the Bhishma Pitama of telecom in India for his outstanding contribution. Professor Goyal has been working in the telecom sector for over 54 years. He is the founder and chairman of TEMA, the Telecom Equipment Manufacturer Association of India, India's first and oldest telecom association, started in 1990. He also served as the founder and president of CMAI Association of India, the largest ICT association in Asia, playing a key role in shaping digital, telecom, and educational policies. CMAI represents 27 associations, manages 47 dedicated sector websites, and is actively connected with over 1 lakh educational institutes, 48,500 members, and 74 MOU partners globally. Professor Goyal is also the founder and president of the Cybersecurity Association of India, the only dedicated cybersecurity association in the country, established in 2010, and he served as the Global Director of Cybersecurity at the International Human Rights Organization. Professor Goyal is not only known in India, but also globally. Professor Goyal has also played a leading role in establishing important global platforms such as World Electronic Forum, USA, the Asia Electronic Forum, Singapore, and the Asian Telecom Infrastructure Forum, Taiwan, bridging continents through technology and cooperation. Adding to this list of exceptional achievements, Professor Goyal holds a truly rare global distinction. He is the only person in the world to have been invited to inaugurate and perform the ribbon cutting at the world's largest consumer electronics show, Las Vegas, USA, for 12 consecutive years, a feat unmatched in the industry. We are truly honored to have such an inspiring personality with us today. Let's all give a big round of applause to Professor N.K. Goyal, our chief guest for this conclave. Thank you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have Professor N.K. Goyal here to share their valuable insights on the subject. I invite Professor N.K. Goyal for the keynote address.
Thanks a lot. Dr. Upendra Dharji, I am feeling so elevated today by your presence and the presence of more than 300 delegates here that it overtakes my experience of 54 years in the industry and at the age of 73. And as was said by Mr. Baga, with around 74 industry associations or MOU partners, etc., etc. I'm very elated to be with you, and I am excited and dreaming to be at Indore with all of you. I'm also thankful to Ms. Bharti, no, sorry, Dr. Savita, whose face is coming up recently, always on the screen. So let me start formally that Professor Dr. Upendra Dharji, the first Vice Chancellor of Sai Viswa Vaishnavi Vidyapeeth Vidyalaya. I am surprised to see a educationist like you with 47 years of experience, the UN Institute experience of NITI Bombay, MIT, JK, Nirma, etc., etc. You are an institution in yourself, and I am lucky that the Chancellor of the university, Dr. Purushottam Pasari, was able to get you in the institute at Indore. It's not an easy thing because I know the experience of dealing with so many universities and education colleges. The university depends on the vision, commitment, and leadership of the Vice Chancellor. Of course, on my board, I have around 82 Vice Chancellors, but I am very proud to be with you. I would also like to address Mr. Anand Rajawat, who is Director of SVITT. Lots of VIP delegates here. Professor Sunny Bagga, Professor Bharti Ahuja, the coordinators. And of course, I'm always known in the world for lots of out-of-box things. And the first out-of-box thing is that I want to compliment the delegates and students here for the opening remarks of the Vice Chancellor. You have said the quality of life has improved. Yes, beyond doubt. But I usually question in the world, in technology forums, wherever I go, various countries, as mentioned in the beginning, that quality of life has improved, but is the happiness improved? That is a question I always ask. And I am also very excited to see that the university has a motto of leading a happy life and taking nation forward by quality of life. So I would just leave it here. The question of happy life, are we happy? Because usually I ask my delegates, are you happy more than your forefathers? I just leave it there. But sir, you have given a very good dimension of how the future is going to be. And let me share with all the VIPs and delegates, nobody in the world knows the future now with the technology. Because somebody sitting somewhere starts making a technology, we call it 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, AI, artificial and generative intelligence, or whatever words goes on, without caring for the security or safety aspects and without caring as to who needs this, then the world starts finding out the use cases. And anything you dream, I usually say that human is using technology, making technology to make the human irrelevant. That is the future we are having. And yes, you were very right that there is always scope for learning. And I usually give the example of Ramayana, where Ravan was going to die very soon, and Lord Rama asked Lakshman to go to him for some wisdom. And sir, you are the first vice chancellor I have seen who has said that ask the questions. This is the problem we face in the world. Our students, delegates are afraid of asking questions. They're afraid whether they are right or wrong. And I usually give the example of one of my conferences. I was there in France, where the PM of France was on the dais, and it was a town hall meeting, more than 15,000 people. I went on raising hands even before they asked for the questions. And as a result, I was first to ask the question. And because I was first to ask the question, so I became first to meet the Prime Minister after the meeting. So this is a lesson for all students here, more than 300 or so. Ask the questions. Don't be afraid of whether it is wrong or right, whether it is going to be affected by somebody, because the curiosity is the strength of your success. I'm really happy with all the Sajag here, and I must say the team under the leadership of Vice Chancellor for selecting the topic deep fake, AI, manipulation, and cybersecurity, new age of deception. This subject itself gives the entire discussions or entire things, whatever we think of. Oh, let me share my presentation. So, in terms of presentation, I have a bad habit of giving long presentations, but I finish them very soon. So, about 1.5 minutes about who we are, and then some discussions on technology, geopolitical situation, and people process. We represent so many associations, but one of them is TIMA, Telecom Equipment Association. Since 1990, we are the only association in the country. Then we are CMAI, which is largest in Asia. It deals in ICT, etc. Then we have Cyber Security Association, the only association dealing in the cyber security in India. It was established in 19 or so, and we have the focus on collaboration, capacity building, etc. The former National Cyber Security Coordinator, PMO office, is the chairman. This is our leadership there. And we are focusing on lots of things, but industry academic interface, internship and placements, technical cyber skilling. We provide resources, help for lectures, technicals. We are known for Make in India, and we are also known for giving opportunities to students, delegates, faculties for participation in international, national, and other series. Now, coming to deepfake. Surprising that deepfake is not a new concept. It is traced back to 1990s, and AI is even older than that. AI started in 1950 with somebody called Alan Turing giving some computing machinery intelligence. And interestingly, our own IIT Kanpur, IIC Bangalore started on AI in 1986. But this was known earlier only for technical people. And suddenly, with the generative AI, as was said in the beginning in the conference, it has become very widespread and very much known, not for the good things, but for the bad things. But for the bad things. And it is becoming difficult now how to stop the bad use. I usually say that if your university has to start a course or a program, there will be some syllabus, some course content, there will be some type of approval by the academic board, then university board or something. But who has approved the AI? Nobody has approved. As a result, it is always a very tough challenge for the education institutes to teach AI and to make people expert in AI. But usually, as an industry, I say, who is developing AI? Who is coming up always with new word in the AI? Not education institutes, not universities, but the technical experts sitting somewhere. Then how can we expect our teachers and students and delegates to be expert? So the challenge always remains, and every month or so, we will see some other thing coming up. We all know we started with the OpenAI, then ChatGPT, then came DeepSeek from China. But now DeepSeek is already breached and the data is available on the dark website. So where are we ending on? And India is also in the process of considering some type of AI for this thing. Actually, we are forced to upload the technology. There is so much of hype, and this hype generally is not available for technologies which are developed within our country. But because of the foreign countries, their financial power, their muscle power, their media power, we are forced to use it. I usually give the example of 5G. 5G world over, India has become the first country to implement in the fastest way. Having implemented in the fastest way, we realize our operators, Airtel Jio says there is no use case and they have invested the money without any gain. But the same situation is in the world other parts also. So technology made by somebody without use case. And then if you take the technology again, the technology developer or inventor is not bothered for safety, security or so. It is something like a automobile car company says, I have made this wonderful car, but I'm not responsible for the safety or security. And that's what is happening in the technology. And that's where the scope also comes for students and all leaders. And that's where we suffer also. When it comes to AI or chat GPT, you all know these things. But the interesting case I want to point out here are the two cases. One is that in the USA, some of the advocates smartly used AI for filing a application in the US court. And when the case came up within a week's time, it quoted around 9 to 10 of the judgments. So the judge asked his staff, I want to see these judgments. And the staff, after searching out, said, Sir, there are no such judgments. Then the technology people were called and they used, and they said, Sir, our system says we use hallucination and there are inaccuracies. So there were no such case actually there. But it became how the use is done of the AI. We have a case of Delhi High Court where some smart young judge used AI for drafting the judgment. And judgment naturally suffered from inaccuracies, mistakes. So the question is debating is who is responsible for this judgment which is not correct? Either the judge or the AI or somebody else. When it comes to the cases of fake things or fake videos, etc., we all know. I mean, this is a common topic: fake video, fake thing. Everybody can be fake. But the beauty is, any student, even of the class 10th, can make the fake videos and fake voices, etc. Because if you search on the internet, please give me the website of making the fake videos. They will give you some website which will convert you or whatever you want to say, a fake with the original voice. So where does we go? And there are cases where I find in some universities, some research students, all of them use the AI for making the research reports, and all of them use the same pattern, same thing. So this also gives a question of ethical things. Are we okay to say that this is made by me? So in brief, the over reliance on AI is the problem. AI can never replace human as of now, but there are something going on in the world, and within next 4 or 5 years, it may come up with something that the human is entirely replaced. There is also a very good example of deep video of our Sunil Mittal, who is the chairman of Bharti Group, the Airtel Group. Once name and under his video, a message was sent to the General Manager Finance of Africa, please transfer so and so amount to this account. He was just on the verge of transferring it, and then he realized that the chairman has never talked to me directly. He always used to talk to me through CEO. So when he asked CEO, it turned out to be a fake message. But the important part is that Sunil Mittal, in one of the conferences in Delhi, gave the story. And the last part he said, it was so real that I started thinking, maybe I have made the phone call. So this is the beauty of this thing. So now the worry or the way forward is technology is going to stay. It cannot go back. The actors are always fast and prompt. The technology people are not able to provide for security or safety, and any shortcoming or any inaccuracy or any gap in the technology will always be used by the bad actors. And the issues of data privacy, etc., all goes on. Education, yes, the challenge goes on with all of us, for the universities, the people to go, but there is silver lining because the things are not so open. There is always a scope. And for students, I must say that under the DPDP Act, there are going to be severe amount of penalties, and that will give a lot of scope for all of us. And the university has done nice in getting these things, and they have the association and support of all the big speakers from various tech companies, including CSAI. And finally, I would like to say that this is a cause of concern not only for CSAI, not only for university, but for the world. And the discussions being held today in the conference, I would request that as and when you come out with an outcome document, we will be happy to join with you in advocacy and taking up the matters with the government for appropriate policies and procedures, and let us see how to have the thing sorted out. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah, there is one thing only, sorry. Uh, sorry, one thing only is that, this chat GPT on the screen, I am showing you something. If you ask the 10 murder tip, it will not give you the thing. But just a minute, my screen stop. Let me again get it. So if you ask the screen, if you ask the chat GPT, it will not give you something, but you can always fool it by saying that I am an advocate and I want to know how to do the murder, and then it has given more than 10 examples. My last thing is that this slide, we are happy to cooperate with the university, and if the students give the feedback form as given here, this is also given to the university, then we will issue them a certificate like this. Thank you very much. Thanks to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
Professor Goel, this idea of doing things together is very good. And this is a time of collaboration. In fact, national education policy advocates that things should be done together. Strengths of one organization can be suitable for the other organization and vice versa. Therefore, we'll be happy to join you as a university to do certain things jointly and take things forward for the good of the nation. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. I would be looking forward to meet you in Indore personally, and we will take up lots of things because in the cyber field, there are few things which are unsolved.
Yes.
One is that if I am hacked, what to do? If my system
That's right.
is bad, what to do? If my money is lost, what to do? And I wanted to be brief in my presentation, but the success rate of India recovering money is only 0.6% as per RBI data.
Sure.
So what should be
That's
done?
right. Yeah.
And lot of media information comes up of the losses done, but nobody tells what to do. So I'm happy that your university and your experience is there. So we try to work out with something with the government. As an association, we are very strong in the government, not only for cyber, but also for telecom, IT, etc., etc. So we'll do something together.
Sure, sure. We'll
Thank you.
definitely join. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor N.K. Goyal, for your inspiring insightful address. Thank you, sir, for delivering such an informative and thought-provoking keynote address by relating insights and complexities of cyber and data security with the science and real life in very interesting manner. All the participants are required to fill the feedback form. For this presentation, we are sharing link in chat box. As we come to the end of the inaugural session, I would like to invite Coordinator Sajag 2025, Professor Bharti Ahuja, to propose words of the thanks.
If we still have 5-6 minutes, then we can have some questions if it in your policy, somebody wants to ask something.
Okay, if anybody have any questions?
If no questions, I would like that when I come to Indore, then everybody should ask questions to me and make my life miserable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bharti ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Chief Guest and a keynote speaker, Professor N.K. Goyal, Founder and Chairman, Telecom Equipment Manufacturers Association of India, President, CMAI Association of India, President, Cybersecurity Association of India, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Upinder Dhar, respected Chairperson of the Conclave, Dr. Anand Rajawat, Dean Academics and Director, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya and SVIIT. Respected convener of the conclave, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Professor and Head of Computer Science and Engineering Department, distinguished speaker, session chair and attendees. It is a great pleasure and honor to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you who have participated in the inaugural of the 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest and the keynote speaker, Dr. N.K. Goyal, for accepting our invitation and sparing his valuable time and knowledge with us. Your talk has set a tone for the rest of conclave and provided an excellent foundation for the discussion to follow about deepfakes. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for his constant support and encouragement towards this conclave. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Anand Rajawat, Dean Academics and Director SCIIT, for his leadership and support towards Sajak 2025. Your vision, expertise, and dedication have been an inspiration to me and my team. I am also thankful to Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Professor and Head of Computer Science and Engineering Department, for all the efforts that you have put it in my Sajak 2025 a success. You have an instrumental in providing us with very necessary resources and guidance to make this conclave a reality. I would like to thank all the attendees who have taken the time to participate in this conclave. Your engagement, commitment to the cybersecurity are truly inspiring, and we hope that rest of conclave will continue to be productive and engaging as today's inaugural session. I would also like to extend my special thanks to all working committee members of Sajak 2025, hardworking IT support team, student coordinators who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure this conclave runs smoothly. Once again, thank you. Thank you everyone who have contributed to the success of this inaugural session. We look forward to the rest of conclave and to continuing the important discussion and collaboration in the field of security and cybersecurity. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, to conclude this session, let us all stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय जनगण मङ्गलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all for being a part of this inaugural session of the Cybersecurity Conclave. We are pleased to announce that the first plenary session will be held at 12:30 p.m. today. We invite all of you to join for the engaging and informative session and contribute your valuable insights to the session. We look forward to the upcoming session with great anticipation. Stay tuned and stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Goyal ji. Namaskar.
Thanks to all.
थैंक यू आनंद जी। और एक दो लोगों ने कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछे थे, मैंने उनके आंसर दे दिए हैं साइट पर।
जी जी
एंड आल्सो आई एम हैप्पी दैट यू हैव गिवन द लिंक इन द चैट बॉक्स। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
हेलो हेलो फिर क्या करें? हेलो आ रही है आवाज? हटा दूं? इको होगा सर फिर कभी। हेलो
आ रही मैम आवाज?
आपकी तो आ रही है पर मेरी बिना हेडफोन के
आ रही क्लियर है बिल्कुल।
इको नहीं होना चाहिए। Welcome, ma'am. Forum, ma'am, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yeah.
The chairperson, one chairperson is trying to connect. Let's wait for 1 minute.
Mhm. So to let me know once my turn will come, then I will go further. Yeah. Thank you. Do I need to start my camera? I think light, it's not proper. I'm not sure I'm visible properly. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible? It is. Sir, shall we start? Professor Prasad, sir?
Ji ma'am, ji ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello and good afternoon, one and all present here. Welcome to the first plenary session of the 8th National Conclave, Sajag 2025, on the topic Deep AI, Manipulation and Cybersecurity, the New Age of Deception. On behalf of Sri Vaishno Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, I, Rupali Dave, Assistant Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department, welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Chairperson Sajak 2025, Dr. Anand Rajawat sir, Convener of the conclave, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey sir, Coordinator of Sajak, Professor Sunny Bagga sir and Professor Bharti Ahuja ma'am, Speaker of the session, Chairpersons of the session, all HOD, HOIs, participants. I welcome in our first plenary session of the 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, Sajak 2025, on the topic Deepfake AI Manipulation and Cybersecurity, the New Age of Deception. Cybersecurity is not just about the protecting your devices, it's about protecting yourself. With this quote, let's move to our first plenary session of the day. In this session, we have three speakers. Dr. Forum Shah, Technical Lead, Cybersecurity and Business Intelligence Department at CloudDAT. Dr. Rinkesh Bansal, Program Director and Leader of the Security Development Lab at IBM. Mr. Raghavendra Singh, Global Head, Cloud Security Business in TCS. In our first plenary session, we also have two chairpersons, Dr. Tarak Nath Prasad, Professor and Director, Sri Vaishno Institute of Law, SWV Indore, and Dr. Prakash Chaudhary, Director and Director, Sri Vaishno Institute of Education, SWV Indore. I welcome you, sir. I would like to request now our session chairperson, Dr. T.K. Prasad, sir, Professor and Director, Sri Vaishno Institute of Law, for the opening remark. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all participants and present member. Prakash sir, namaskar. Number of time I am being given this opportunity to be in front of you all. Really gives me a feeling that I am elevated by presenting myself to all of you. Today's topic is deep fake, AI manipulation, and data security, etc. First of all, I would like to mention that I am as layman as others in the field of computer science and everything, because my area is law. And in law, especially my area of interest is criminal law and family law, जहाँ पर लोग शादी ब्याह कराते हैं और तलाक भी दिलाते हैं, उसी एरिया में मेरा काम ज्यादा है. तो ऑफ कोर्स to have some knowledge about the deep fake and artificial intelligence and etc. I remember the days of Mahabharata to Ramayana, where Mr. Sanjay in Mahabharata was able to show the entire war to a blind person, that is King Dhritarashtra. So imagine in those days the technology was how developed that even a blind person can see the happening of war in Mahabharata. Once upon a time, people used to shout on telephone, hello, 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 to trunk calls. And nowadays we have a small international exchange in our pocket. We can straightway dial to London, America, wherever we wish. Meaning thereby, we have developed, we have achieved something from our past days, but still in comparison to Ramayana, Mahabharata, where the missiles and aircrafts without pilot and the aircrafts which used to fly with the speed of your thought process. If you are sitting in India and you think that you are in London, you have reached to London. That was the speed in those days. So from there, we have got deteriorated our academics, our knowledge, but again, we have started our learning, and we have reached to the stage of your artificial intelligence. इंटेलिजेंस तो इंटेलिजेंस ही होता है, बट इसमें भी देखिए बनावट और आर्टिफिशियल का कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया है, डीप फेक आ गया है. आई हैव बीन सम सीइंग सम वीडियोस लाइक आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर Narendra Modi ji and Rahul Gandhi are dancing together. I was sure that this is not a real video, but for entertainment purpose, I have watched that. So if we take this deep fake and artificial intelligence means my face can be used, my sound can, voice modulation can be used, and it can be portrayed in a manner that yes, I am the person and I have stated it. Now, in the eyes of law, the judges are also using this software developed things, but we depend on the data, and data means in original terms evidence, and evidence means what the reality is in that evidence. वो कहते हैं ना कि सच घटे या बढ़े तो सच सच ना रहे, झूठ की तो कोई इंतहा नहीं. सो कहने का मतलब ये है कि सच्चाई, डेटा, collection of data, manipulation of data, presentation of data, and based on those data to reach to a definite conclusion is area of our today's this webinar, and it's a matter of great concern that how data is being produced, how the data is analyzed, and what is the sanctity of such data, whether it is correct, manipulated, or served in a manner how the person demand it, how the person want it, and if it is so in the real life. Parallelly, in view of our progress, it may lead to destruction. So the advancement is a tool in our hand. It depends on us how we use all those things which is before us. So without knowing anything in computer science, as a layman, these ideas, this thought process came in my mind, and I am sure the persons presenting papers in this webinar will definitely take care of all those things with a only view that let the advancement, let the progress, let the computer world develop in any manner. It must be for the benefit of mankind and not for the destruction one. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So as we proceed, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Forum Shah. Dr. Shah is a Microsoft certified trainer and working as a team lead, tech lead in cloud security and business intelligence department at CloudDAR. She is having more than 8 years of experience in training and delivering. She has completed her PhD in the field of denial of service attack. She has published more than 6 research articles and presented few papers in international conferences and journals, including Scopus Index journals. She has trained more than 600 participants in cybersecurity domain. Dr. Forum has worked on the area of vulnerability assessment and worked on the various security tools in cybersecurity domain. She has also designed threat detection machine learning model. She is specialized in delivering customized training based on the customer and business needs. She has hands-on experience on Microsoft 365 Admin Center, Microsoft 365 Defender, Azure, Active Directory, Teams Admin Center, and Information Protection. She has also trained professionals from various organizations like Wipro, Infosys, TCS, SCL, Flipkart, Tata Digital, Accenture, Cognizant, Microsoft Partners, and many more companies. Dr. Shah is going to deliver today the session on defending against deepfake with the Microsoft security. So now I would like to invite Dr. Forum to deliver the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving a detailed introduction about me. I hope I'm audible to everyone properly.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you. Great then. Yes, so as you
Yes,
mentioned,
you are audible, ma'am. Continue, please.
yeah, thank you. So let me share my screen without wasting time. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm not getting option to share. Okay, now it is. I hope my screen is visible. Do let me know if my screen is visible or
Yes,
not.
ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you everyone for joining today webinar related to the finding against deepfake with security or Microsoft security. I'm from Microsoft security domain as I have a various understanding and knowledge about Microsoft security technology and the detection and prevention model. So majorly I will try to focus how various security services will help you out to detect such a deep fake kind of things in your environment or in a real life. But see, as sir mentioned before my session started, data nowadays is not secure. We know the people who are into the security domain, we all are agree 100% security, it's a myth. And to secure the data for organization, it's a very, very difficult and challenging task. Not just for the organization, but for normal people, local people who are uploading lots of information, videos, images on the social media, LinkedIn, and various other types of portal. Data, it's not secure, and those kind of information can easily access by anyone, right? Those who are very good at image manipulation, audio manipulation, video manipulation. Those kind of information can easily access by anyone. Those are very expert and can misuse in a different way. That is what a deep fake it's saying. So we'll try to understand a little bit about deep fake, how it is dangerous, why it is dangerous for local people and for organization, and what type of security we need to target in terms of detection, in terms of protecting your organization, as we have a very limited duration, 30 minutes, but a little bit understanding we'll try to get here. So let's start with agenda, that is a deep fake, a basic understanding, how it is working. Is it dangerous or not? What type of people are using this kind of technology? Criminal, attacker, normal people, or who is using this kind of technology, right? Why detection and protection it's important and how you can do that, we'll try to understand here. So deep fake. Deep fake, a word itself, it's saying a fake that is not a real things. Deep fake, it's a fraudulent content which will take your pictures, your audios, your images, and try to manipulate those particular things, or creating new images using artificial intelligence and various neural network technology. Based on those particular content, it will try to replace or creating a new voice, which will exactly look like a similar. If you can see in this particular diagram, the image which I have highlighted, where one image, it's the original one, and a second, it's a deep fake. Now, a deep fake will take your actual image, try to understand that particular image, and based on that, it is creating a fake image. When you will observe those particular images, definitely it's a similar, but it's not exactly similar, which will look like the original one. There will be some of the content which is easy to identify. If it is not created using advanced deepfake technology. If it is manipulated in too advanced way, it is always difficult to understand, is it the original image or the fake image? And here people will not be able to understand, and here we will be in the trouble. So in this image, if we can observe the original image, some of the smile, some nose, some eyes, ears, and if you try to map this particular image in the fake image, you can just compare the smile. You can just compare the eyes. You can compare the nose, right? So sometimes it's easy to identify this image is created using some original image, based on the original image. It is not actually the image where the person it still look like, but it is still a fake one. So this technology, it's called as a deep fake. It is not just limited to image, but person can manipulate your voice also, your audio, can manipulate your videos also. Highly in the cybercrime, it is used, that is videos and audios for social engineering attack to target the people, specifically the local people. Now, it is very, very difficult to distinguish between the real and fake content. If your audios are going to match properly and videos is able to look like the original one. That is a deep fake technology. Now, this technology use various types of way to create a fake content or to create a fake video. One of the very simple example, let me take here the image. You have taken one image of the beach where you are there are people surrounding you, some trash is there, some other kind of things are there in your image, right? In that particular image, you want to remove some of the content, like you don't want people in that image, you don't want trash in that image or some of the other things, but you want to replace those specific items with some different item, like a palm tree you want to add I can say some other kind of things in the image. Now this is your image only, but you are going to modify that image, adding some additional things. That is a fake image. That is your image, but it is manipulated image. So deep fake will be in a two-way. Either the attacker is manipulating the image using the existing content, or a new image will be created, new audios or videos will be created based on some of the information available with the attacker. Now, to do this particular task, they are using artificial intelligence and machine learning model. Nowadays, many of the organization, or as per the research, it's research saying like many of the people or users started using the artificial intelligence and ML things to automate the work, to streamline the work. But those technologies are always coming with some pros and cons. If it is good to do particular tasks, there will always be some kind of issue with those technology. And those technologies are always coming with a new attack surface area in the environment, which will create the issue. So here, a two-way will be there in a deep fake. One example which I have taken where they will try to manipulate the images, and a second will be a generative adversarial network. Now, this kind of network will be the neural network. A neural network, we know it's like a human brain and it's learned like a human brain. Our brain, it's like we are learning everything. We are observing so many things, and based on the observation, we are learning lots of things on our daily life. Neural network, it's same like that. Neural network will also learn according to the content which you have provided. So a generative adversarial network, it's a two neural network. One is a generator process and second is a discriminator process. Now, a generator process will create the fake content, which is not a real content, right? And based on that content, a discriminator process will try to understand and try to detect, is it real or fake? And that particular process will be helpful for generator process to create a more relevant content. But see, all those content are not the real content. Those content are the fake content. As one of the example I have taken here in this diagram, you will be able to understand like NVIDIA use a generative adversarial network, a new AI technology to create the images of celebrity that did not exist even. So either a new images are going to create it, which are not at all relevant to you, the voice which are created, which are not at all relevant to you, or based on the existing things like your image, your video, it will try to understand and then it will create the another content. So suppose I am speaking here, my audio is on, based on that, the neural network or the artificial intelligence will read the video, will understand the video, watching hours of hours, and then it will try to understand how I'm speaking, what my nose, how my heading, nodding and all, left side, right side, my hand movement, my eye movement, if I'm blinking my eye or not, all those things, all the pattern will analyze in very detail, understanding hours of hours, and based on that, it is trying to create the new content which will look like a similar one. Those who are not into this domain, like a non-technical people who don't know this kind of technology it's actually used in the market, will not be able to understand it's a real one or the fake one. Sometimes watching the video, you will be able to get the idea. Like eyes is not blinking, you can see, yes, this is the fake video created. But if your eyes is blinking, indicating, yes, this is the real video. Some example we can consider here. So it is understanding the moment and creating the fake video, which is very difficult for normal people to identify. And attacker will take advantage of those particular things. There are so many areas where this kind of technologies are being used, and that's why it is become a very dangerous. So a deep fake how it is working, as I mentioned, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which will understand your expression, which will understand your voice tone, watching the videos hundreds of hours, and then it is creating a similar related content. Now this is very dangerous. Cyber criminals are using this kind of technology for creating the fraud, identity thefts, and spreading disinformation. Various political parties' videos will get captured, will analyze, and similar videos will be created, and there will be a voice which is going to set, which is not at all speak by any of the particular political party. So a political actor, a marketing advisor, which is actually creating the content for personalization purpose, different educator and trainer, and entertainment industries are using this kind of technology to create the fake content. Now, some technologies will not create a major issue to you because they are creating for that personal purpose. But when it is coming to the cyber criminal attacker, or during the election, a political content, if it is taken and it is misused, will create a lot of impact. That's why a deepfake technology, it's dangerous nowadays. And as we discussed multiple times, I discussed it is very difficult to identify if you don't know how it is created and if it is real or fake. Some of the example here I have taken, like one of the case study, North Korean IT workers use real-time deep fake to infiltrate organization via remote job. During the interview process, they use this kind of technology to bypass traditional identity authentication mechanism, and they use such a AI-related technology, which is a deep fake. The person will look like exactly the same. There are lots of other cases available in the market, real cases where the case study you can go through and you will be able to understand how dangerous it is. Another example, it's very famous related to a Zoom call scam. It's a China story, and the person lose around this many amount. The person call to one person, and they use a deep fake related technology over the Zoom call. The person was talking to the person on the Zoom call. He was in the image like, yes, he is talking to the right person, but the person was on the Zoom call wasn't the right person. He has used a deepfake technology to create the content and to modify the, I can say, the images and everything, audio, video, and then later on person realized, yes, this is a person, wasn't a real person. So this kind of various cases we have observed globally in different area where criminals are using this kind of technology. We have also observed various kind of issues in the organization where based on this deepfake technology, they are creating or performing a phishing kind of attack and targeting different organization and employees. So this technology, it's very dangerous. If it is going to use for misleading purpose, it is very dangerous. And it is very important to identify and to understand this technology. So detection and protection, it's very important nowadays. One of the major things here for deepfake, which I want to say, is awareness. You should have a proper awareness now. We all are using social media. We all are on Instagram. We are using Facebook, on LinkedIn, and many more other social media sites where this kind of contents are created on regular basis. Many of the content possible you have also observed, you have also swapped in the shorts or in videos. So if you don't know if this kind of technology, it's already existing in the market, you will always think this content it's created, it's a true content. So a very good awareness it's required. Understand the content, try to relate that content with the actual particular person, and then try to identify the authenticate source, is it true or not, will be always helpful. to know a specific content, right? So awareness will be a first thing for local public. Second, detection and protection, it's always coming for the organization. If any kind of organization, it's targeted by this kind of technology to target the employees. So there are various types of solutions highlighted, which will be helpful for detection even and the protection. First, you need a detection. So if any kind of such a deep fake kind of content are being used in your organization, you should have some tool which will help you out to detect it. Even though you are detecting it is creating the issue, you should have some things which can protect it. So protection and detection both are equally important, where various security tools you can use. Here, some of the tools are highlighted, can be many more depending on the technology which are used in the backend. One, it's a Microsoft Video Authenticator. Now, this is still in the discussion and the conversation. It is still in the research phase. Microsoft Video Authenticator, it's a really very good. Some of the I can say results are already taken by this particular tool, indicating yes, it is identifying a fake video whenever those kind of videos are coming in the organization. So it is calculating the index value. So whenever the person is moving the head or blinking the eye, based on that, it will try to calculate the index value. That index value will help you out to understand it's a true video or the fake video. So that is a Microsoft Video Authenticator. Still in the research phase, it is not yet fully deployed for market and the Microsoft partners. Second is the content credential. It's the Azure AI service related to for the Azure tool. And this is again will help you out to identify the content, check the manipulation things. Is your content manipulated? Is your image manipulated or not? If yes, it will give you appropriate information. So you need this kind of detection. Whenever the content are manipulated, created, you should have something which will detect and give the idea, yes, this is a fake or this is a real one. You can use your own machine learning model for detection purpose, which will help you out to detect this kind of content if you want to go with your personal. But yes, the thing is, very good detection it's required for deep fake because it is very hard to identify in a first way. Second, for phishing related attack, various social engineering attacks are targeted, where one of the very famous for organization, it's a phishing, highly targeted by the attacker. And here, Microsoft Defender for Office 365 will take care about those phishing related activity. We have a various types of protection layer available, detection layer available, which will critically detect and protect your organization. That is critically monitoring the content, running those particular content, checking those content into the heuristic model, machine learning model, artificial intelligence model running in the backend. Many times your content will check into the sandbox environment, which will help you out to understand, yes, it is the good one or the fake one. You need this kind of technology to identify a phishing kind of activity in your organization, where Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is having a really very good layers available. The fourth, it's Defender for Cloud. Now, this technology is more related to cloud-based model. Let's assume you have some of the models created on the cloud environment. That is a machine learning and AI model. Those machine learning and AI model, it's again created for detection purpose, like a deep fake kind of activity. This Defender for Cloud, which protecting your overall organization connected over the cloud, including your ML models and AI services. So any of the attack targeted by the attacker in your organization, the AI surface area will be a little different. Those surface area will also covered by this kind of tool, critically monitor all the activities against your AI services and model, and then highlighting attack in very, very good manner, which you can analyze, you can understand, you can investigate, and then you will be able to work on those particular attacks. Remediation will become more easy. So this type of technology will always be helpful for organization level, those who are looking for the protection. But the people, the local people, those who don't know this technology, it's fake or real, it is always suggested to understand the content, make a proper awareness, aware your student, aware your family member about this kind of technology which are actually used in the market, right? Based on the awareness, you can basically help your family members not to be a part of this particular technology. So this is how deep fake it's actually used in the market, very dangerous and very good protection detection you can set for local people awareness. It's a very good approach. So if you have any question and query, yes, you can share here.
Ma'am, can we take all the queries at the end? I will inform the audience to post your queries in the chat box.
Okay, so like if anyone of you have observed during this kind of issues, or if you have observed this kind of content over the social media, you can share in the chat where you have identified I can say any kind of serial TV actress or their video images are going to altered, manipulated, and if you have observed this kind of videos, audios over the social media, you can share in the chat. Just wanted to know, like, have you ever observed this kind of activity over the social media, or it is new for you? Anyone can answer here. Is the chat area open for everyone? If you have ever observed this deepfake kind of issues in your real life, any kind of real cases which you have observed, many of you have seen different images like which are actually manipulated over the social media, and those images are going to alter, those images are going to modify, adding some particular content, removing some particular content. It's a part of this kind of technology also. So if you have any kind of things observed, yes, Modi singing a song, correct. On Instagram, advertisement for free courses using the deepfake, yes. A training kind of industries are using this kind of technology for generating free courses, using particular face, right, for training the people. Ma'am, will you tell me something about prompt engineering? See, prompt engineering, it's a little different. Prompt engineering, it's like when you're asking the question, writing the prompt, that is basically a prompt engineering. We'll take your question, we'll understand your question, and whatever the informations are there for the model which is trained, accordingly, it will give you the answer. Like, I want to create the image, have this many parameters. So that is a prompt which you have entered. That is a question which you have entered in a particular prompt box. Based on the content which is there in the prompt, it is creating the content and providing to the you. It will be in a descriptive way, it will be in the paragraph way, it will be in the image way also. That is all about the prompt engineering. But it is not going to specifically work on your videos, I can say, where your videos are going to manipulate it, right? It is creating a new content according to a new information which is provided. So that is more a Gen AI, a prompt engineering kind of things, which we can consider. Okay. This is all about a short idea related to a deep fake. Technology, it's similar to that, but targeting your audios and videos, indicating it is original, that fake videos will get used for different purpose.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge with us and guiding us about deepfake. If anyone has any questions, so they can post in chat box. More if so, let's move to the next speaker. Okay. So now for this, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Rinkesh Bansal sir, Program Director and leader of the Security Development Lab at IBM. I would like to introduce the profile of Dr. Rinkesh Bansal, sir. Dr. Rinkesh Bansal is a master inventor serving as a program director and leader of the Security Development Lab at IBM, Ahmedabad. He holds a post-graduation degree in computer application and has more than 2 decades of extensive experience in team management and product development. He played a pivotal role in establishing a new security development division in Ahmedabad. Dr. Rinkesh is deeply committed to mentoring others, known for his innovative spirit with 14 patents to his name. He is also a dynamic speaker, regularly engaging at international conferences, colleges, and schools. Dr. Rinkesh has written several research papers and articles. He is also author of 2 technical books. Dr. Rinkesh Bansal has done many certifications like project management, ethical hacking, product owner, and scrum master certifications, and many more. He has been nominated by MHRD India as a chief judge for Smart India Hackathon event in 2019 and 2021. Dr. Rinkesh also has many specialization skills like C, C++, Perl, PHP programming, encryption and key management, threat intelligence and security, people management, project management, building and managing teams, developing cultures. He has been also invited as a guest lecturer at various institutions like Symbiosis, MIT Pune. So Dr. Bansal is going to deliver today the session on impact of deepfake on cybersecurity. I welcome you, sir, and we are happy to have you here. I would like to invite you to deliver the session. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, ma'am, for the warm welcome. I hope you guys are able to hear me. Let me share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Presentation in full screen mode, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to talk more about cybersecurity, and I will establish some definitions which we use in common language, common days. On a day-to-day basis, we use those terms. Today, I will try to put proper definition to those words. Then, because we're talking about cybersecurity will not be justified if you're not talking about encryption. And then we'll talk about some common challenges with cybersecurity and impact of some modern technologies like deep fakes, quantum computing on cybersecurity. So I will not try to answer all the questions and all answers to all the challenges today. I'm just trying to raise the curiosity for you guys so that you can do little bit more research as well. Okay, so with this, I will get started. Let's establish some definitions first. So we keep on talking about cybersecurity. So let's try to define cybersecurity. And I'm quoting Gartner here. Gartner is one of the most reputed organization institute, which evaluates almost all products, all areas of IT, and they basically put ranking for them. It's very reputed right now in market. So I'm quoting Gartner here. Cybersecurity is the practice of deploying people, that means human beings, policies which are set by the organizations, government entities, industry processes, and technologies to protect the organization. They're critical systems. So what are we trying to protect in organization? Are the critical systems, sensitive information from the digital attack. So we try to protect the critical system, sensitive information from the digital attack. So this is how industry experts define cybersecurity. We may have a lot of different thought process. Oh, cybersecurity is this, cybersecurity is that. But this is how leaders in industry define cybersecurity. Let's talk about deepfake. What is deepfake? Ma'am just delivered a beautiful session around deepfake. So I will just try to put my definition and definition of IBM. I work for IBM. So this is the definition given by IBM. A deepfake is a piece of synthetic media. That means it's not a real media. It's a synthetic media. That means a image, video, audio, or text that may appear authentic, but that has been manipulated with AI models. So now AI models are becoming powerful day by day. That means synthetic media is becoming powerful day by day as well. So this is how most of the industry leaders define deepfakes. Let's put some more terminologies which we are going to use in our presentation and which we may be using on a day-to-day basis. We talk about confidentiality. So confidentiality is nothing but keeping data private. So I am having some data and I want to hide that data from rest of the world. Only right people should have access to right data. So let's say my salary information. I don't want to publish it everywhere. Only handful of the people know about my salary. So that's very private to me. So protecting my private data, protecting information from an unauthorized access as well. And now this unauthorized access could be accidental or purposeful. But I want to hide my information. I want to protect my information from unauthorized entities. How do we basically achieve confidentiality? By encryption, hashing, and there are several technologies. We will touch base on some of those technologies. We'll talk about integrity. So what is integrity? Integrity is ensuring my data or information is trustworthy. It's untempered. It's complete. It's in entirety. So we know about Mahabharata. I'm just quoted Mahabharata. I will quote Mahabharata. Uh, Yudhishthira just said one lie, and that was not even a lie. It was an incomplete information provided. He has killed Ashwathama, who is a elephant, not the son of Dronacharya. So one half information, that is integrity violation, and that's why it was called a lie. So information should be complete. Oops. uh, Information is not modified accidentally or purposely by unauthorized user. So only authorized entities are supposed to modify the information as well. And how do we achieve integrity? Is through digital signatures. So see, I can quote a very simple example here. A boy loves a girl, but he is very shy in sharing that information with that girl. This boy writes a letter to that girl, but don't write the name on that particular letter. He tells his friend, "Can you please deliver this letter to that girl? Tell her that I love her." But his friend also loves that girl. He see that, oh, this is a very nice letter. He just wrote his name and delivered that letter to that girl. Now who got married? His friend, and that his girlfriend got married. So that's tempering the information. That integrity lost here. Okay. How do we ensure that thing? Most of you will see some document here and there where you will see primarily your Aadhaar card. When you download your Aadhaar card copy online, you see a question mark there, and you click on it, it becomes right tick. And somewhere it mentions that this document is digitally signed. That digital signature is to ensure the integrity. When we get that tick mark, right tick mark, that means somewhere, somehow, technologically, we prove that this document is not modified. Not even a comma, not even a full stop is modified in that particular document. So it's maintaining its integrity. And third most important terminology in cybersecurity world is availability. It's called CIA triad. So availability is nothing but ensuring that the systems, networks, application, my data is available whenever I want to use them. And how do we achieve it? Using HADR. See, in on day-to-day basis, we create a availability for our data. Let's say I'm traveling from here to Indore and I book a flight ticket. How do I basically protect availability? I will copy that ticket on my phone. I basically WhatsApp that to my wife. I store that thing on my laptop. I carry it in pen drive as well. I take a print of that as well. That means I'm creating multiple copies of that particular data. That is creating high availability. So availability is important because I'm traveling. I want to ensure that whenever I need that information, it's already available there. So some very important definitions about cybersecurity is CIA triad. Whole cybersecurity is rotating around CIA triad. Moving onwards, these terminologies, five terms which I'm going to explain here, we use them on a day-to-day basis. We keep on saying, oh, this is very risky for me. Oh, that's a risk to my organization. Oh, that's a risk to me. Oh, that is very threat to me. I'm afraid of that particular threat. Now let's put a definition to these terminologies. What is vulnerability? Vulnerability is nothing but a weakness, a flaw in the system. Okay, it could be anything. Flaws could be human, it could be system oriented, software based, or it could be process based as well. Certain times our processes are flawed. My father, like it was 2 decades back, my father was trying to open a new business, and uh, when he applied for the license, they said that you need to have a valid address for it. But when he was trying to get the valid address, they were for business, they are saying that you should have a valid business. So it was a deadlock in the system. That was a process flaw. So any flaw, any weakness in the system is a vulnerability. Okay. Example, software bugs, misconfigured infrastructure. We don't patch our systems. Each of you must be having a phone, and we keep on getting updates on those phones, on our laptops, on our software. We keep on getting updates. We ignore those updates. You see that Android, iPhones, they keep on releasing every monthly. They keep on releasing the patches, security patches. I've seen almost 50% people don't download them timely, in a timely fashion. They eventually do, but most of the people don't do it timely. That means there are certain vulnerabilities in your system which is now known to whole world, but you have not patched your system. That's the vulnerability. Who are the threats? So let's define threat now. Any entity or event which can exploit the weakness, that means which can exploit the vulnerabilities to compromise your CIA, that can be called a threat. Okay, now threat to your data, to your organization's reputation, people, everything is counted as threats. Now, again, this entity could be human or it could be a software. Okay, it could be natural occurring events as well. So, flood is a threat as well. Okay, examples: malwares, ransomwares, phishing attackers, also called crackers and hackers in industry. Now, what is a risk? I will define, this is my definition, and a lot of people relate to it. Risk is nothing but threat multiplied by vulnerabilities. So it's a formula saying that if a threat is able to utilize or exploit the weakness in the system to harm me, that is the risk. So it's a probability of a harmful event occurring using or exploiting the vulnerabilities that could result into a loss to me. And now this loss could be monetary loss, it could be a PR loss, it could be a reputation loss, anything, but it's a risk to my system. That means it's a threat multiplied vulnerabilities. Some people argue that we can add value to this formula as well. I consider that as an outcome, hence I don't include it here. Now, what are the challenges? Challenges are the hurdles in implementing appropriate measures to manage or mitigate these risks. So we all have risks. We can manage those risks in a different fashion. See, not all risk has to be mitigated. Now, let's say I say that there is an occurrence of fire in your house or in your car. How many of you feel that there is a possibility that fire can occur in our house? I believe 100% will say yes, there is a possibility. But how many of us has taken in countermeasures to manage or mitigate that particular risk? Hardly anyone. I have not seen anyone, including my house. We don't have appropriate firefighting systems in our houses. In our apartments, buildings, we do have, but when are they tested? Once in a year, sometimes once in 2 years. Some organization they do twice in a year. Is that sufficient? So we basically mitigate risk in a different fashion. We say that, oh, there is a possibility, there is a probability of something happening, but probability is too low. I am accepting that risk. Let it happen and I will manage it that time. Flood, earthquakes, war, anything can happen that could impact me. Those are all risks. Sometimes we accept it. Sometimes we transfer those risks as well. I said that I don't want to bear the cost of it. I want to transfer it to someone. Who are those to someone? We take insurances. So we take insurance for our cars, houses, etc. That way, I basically transfer the risk from me to someone else, and I pay for those things. And in return, if my risk is materialized, they will pay in return. They will bear the cost of it. Sometimes we basically say that, oh, I want to resolve this. If there is a virus in my system, I want to install an appropriate antivirus to handle that particular virus, or my system should not be impacted by latest viruses. That's mitigating the risk as well. So risk can be mitigated in different ways, but any challenges, and challenges could be people oriented, money oriented, system oriented, any challenge which are hurdles are called the challenges. The last term which you will see in my presentation, as well as you must have heard this term in ma'am's presentation as well, attack surface. So what is attack surface? So attack surface is nothing but, and this is again a definition coming from IBM. So any organization's attack surface is nothing but the sum of or a formula or multiplication of vulnerabilities, threats, risk, pathways, the way they can basically impact my system. These all are called attack vectors. So all the vulnerabilities in my system, all the different ways someone can harm me, those are called attack vectors that hackers can use to gain unauthorized access. So what uh, cyber criminals are doing, they are trying to get an unauthorized access to my network and to my sensitive data, or to carry out cyber attack. So attack surface is nothing but those pathways, attack vectors through which they can impact my system. Examples are many: weaker password, misconfigurations, vulnerabilities in firmwares, OS, softwares, any internet facing assets. Every time you upload a photo on Facebook or Insta, you are increasing your attack surface. Someone can basically take that photo and can play around it. Okay, how they can? Ma'am already showed GAN mechanisms and other mechanisms using which they can temper your photo. So your attack surface is increasing. So these are some of the definitions. Let's jump into the critical part of cryptography. Let's first talk about encryption. So one of the best mechanism to protect our system from anything is encryption. So let's talk about encryption. There are two primary models or algorithms of encryption. First is symmetric key algorithm. Just think of a lock and key. Earlier, we used to have those big locks at our home. To lock that particular or to close that lock, also we have to apply a key. And to unlock our doors, we need to apply the key as well. So to lock also and to unlock also, we needed a key, and there was a single key which is used. Remember those days? These days, hardly anyone is having those kind of locks. At least in big cities, we don't have those kind of locks these days. Okay, but earlier we used to have those kind of locks. So that same key which was used for encryption and decryption, that is symmetric key algorithm. What symmetric key algorithm achieves? It achieves confidentiality. The the most common algorithms are AES, which is industry standard right now, triple dash, etc. So what we are actually doing is we are having in confidential, we are having in plain text. When I apply that key, when I perform encryption, what I do, I randomize that text. It is called ciphertext. So my information got transformed into some junk value. And then when I basically decrypt using the same key, I get my exactly same text back. So this is the mechanism of symmetric key encryption. Let's talk about second type of algorithm, which is called asymmetric key algorithm. Here we use two different types of key. So for locking, I am having a different key, and for unlocking, I am having a different key. I can relate it to my door these days. So everyone or most of the houses these days, modern houses, they have this Godrej lock or they are having this Europa lock installed on their main door. How do we lock it? We just pull the door and it gets locked. So it's a publicly anyone can lock the information, right? But only person holding the key can unlock it or open my door of my house. That's my private key. The name itself defines anyone who can lock it. That is a public key. Only I am holding a key, that is my private key, to unlock the information. How what asymmetric key is helping is in confidentiality and integrity. So symmetric key, we use it only to maintain confidentiality. Using the asymmetric key, we maintain confidentiality as well as integrity both. Examples are some algorithms which are primarily commonly used in industry right now. Mostly everyone use RSA algorithm. Some uses ECC as well, and there are some other algorithms which people use. Now let me ask this question to audience here, and you can put this thing in chat. How many of you feel that or how many of you or which one is better, symmetric key algorithm or asymmetric key algorithm? You can put it in webinar chat or you can put it in Q&A. So Yura says it's asymmetric. Anonymous attendee says asymmetric. Anyone for symmetricity? Okay. So I have two answers and both says that asymmetric is better than symmetric key. And unfortunately, you guys are wrong. So asymmetric key provides certain benefits over symmetric key, that key distribution is easy. Anyone can lock it, and asymmetric key helps in integrity protection as well. Symmetric key doesn't provide that thing. There are certain benefits of asymmetric key, but asymmetric key is not as powerful as symmetric key, and we'll see it later in the session. Okay, so and that is primarily the reason 90% of the world's data get encrypted using symmetric key, not using asymmetric key, and we'll see why. Okay, let's move onward. So cryptography are having many applications. Primarily, you see three terminologies in this particular chart. One is data in use, data in motion, and data at rest. When we talk about data in motion, what do we mean? Whenever your data is transmitting over network, it is traveling from one system to another system. It's called data in motion. All the network security we provide is to protect data in motion. Your TLS, your digital right management, link encryption, so many different. The most common is TLS encryption, SSL TLS, which we use. That is to protect data in motion. Second is data at rest. Do data rest? Really? Is it a human that it is resting? Not really, right? But data at rest means whenever your data is not in motion, it's not traveling and it's not loaded in the system, it's not being processed. That means it is stored on your drives. It's called data at rest. Whenever your data at rest, someone can basically steal your hard drive and they can misuse the data on it. There was one movie, I will quote a Bollywood movie, not a very good movie. Yari was the name of that movie, if I remember correctly. Manoj Bajpayee and Siddharth Malhotra were the actors in that movie. And Siddharth Malhotra is an analyst in Indian defense. And one fine day he wanted to harm politicians and the system. He got pissed off with the system. He goes to Indian defense data center, pull out a few hard drives there, and go rogue. He disappears there, and he basically started listening to that data, start cataloging, and start blackmailing certain folks. That's what it is shown. And with all good intent, he was doing that thing. But bad entities can also, cyber criminals can do the same as well. So we need to provide appropriate data at rest protection as well. How do we provide? By encryption. Primary encryption is used for data at rest protection. Now, the trickiest part is data in use. When your data is processing, we need to load that data, right? That means we need to decrypt. We cannot keep it encrypted when we are processing that data. How do we protect data which is in use? Any suggestions or any thoughts from anyone? So when we are trying to protect data in use, we provide authentication and authorization. So applications which are using that data, it is their responsibility to protect the data. And there are other mechanisms also. There are chips. Intel provides something called SGS card in Intel chips, where it basically provides the enclaves in which if your data is loaded in those enclaves, it is always encrypted even while it is processing. So from the outside world, it is protected. So there are a lot of mechanisms, there are a lot of research happening for data in use protection as well. Let's move forward. Let's talk about challenges with cybersecurity. So one of the most common challenge with cybersecurity is because our attack surface is increasing. Our applications are modifying. Earlier, we used to have monolith application. These days, more and more people are moving towards modular or containerized application, microservices-based architecture, shifting from on-prem to SaaS, and hence that data or that attack surface is increasing. We talked about what is attack surface. So your applications are modernizing, they're changing, and hence there are new flaws are getting introduced in the system. Again, data, I talked about me traveling from one location to other location, and all different places I'm storing my data. Earlier, like 20 years back, when I graduated, I basically, whenever I used to travel through train, I used to have that physical copy print given to me by that reservation team, railway reservation team. And if I lose that ticket, I lose my berth as well. But now there's a digital copy. I store it at multiple place so that I don't lose it. So my data is replicating across various endpoints as well. So there are a lot of risk, and again, there's a lot of new technologies, AI, advanced analytics coming into picture, which is reducing the security or confidentiality of my data. Last but not the least, we are moving from on-prem, which is under my boundary, under my control, to SaaS environments or to multi-cloud environments. So my data is transmitting, or my infrastructure is growing. Again, this means my attack surface is growing. So my digital transformation, accelerated digital transformation, specifically post-pandemic, has increased the risk of data breaches as well. So this is the sad story of industry. There are too many things to do, too many different compliances. So if you see this checklist in the first box, too much to do. And this is just a portion of the checklist. Each of the compliances we are having, they are having 100, 200, 300 checklists to be maintained by the organization. So there's too much to do. And there are too many vendors. There is not a single vendor which basically provides all the capabilities. So there's too much to do. There are too many vendors and there's too much complexity. Maintaining a cyber security is very, very, very complex. And every time you do a small action also, there are too many alerts getting created. So every time you log into a system, there is an alert getting created somewhere and asking question that is this an authorized entry or not? This person entered this room, this person logged in with these credentials, performing different tasks. Are this the right operation done by the right user? Too many alerts getting generated. So this is the current state of the industry. So too many alerts, like millions of alerts getting generated on a daily basis. This is very challenging to maintain as well. So this is the recent report released by IBM Exposed Threat Intel. This shows the cost of data breach. So if you see, this is the release in 2025. 24% of attack were from threat actors or cyber criminals who are trying to extort money out of you. Ransomware attack has increased drastically. 146% increase in Linux-based ransomware attacks. 2,204% increase in reconnaissance attack over on operational technology devices. Operational technology devices are the manufacturing device monitoring tools which are used in manufacturing industry. Those are very big. Those are like handheld devices, very easily hacked by the cyber criminals. So a huge increase. Manufacturing industry that is getting targeted left and right now. 67% of organizations say that their attack surface has expanded drastically in last 12 months. So in every year after year, there is a 60% increase in increase of their external attack surface as well. 70% organizations have experienced at least one cyber attack through internet facing assets. These days, or because of multi-cloud, all assets are internet facing. So at least 70% say that at least once they have faced the cyber attack. And cost of data breach. Every time data is getting breached, unauthorized entities are getting access to your data, to private data or sensitive data. Cost of that data is $4.35 million. And this has increased by 13% in last 2 years. So see, these numbers are published by industry leaders. This is cause of concern right now. Now let's talk about impact of cybersecurity. Impact of deepfakes on cybersecurity. Ma'am basically gave us very good session on impact of cybersecurity. I will just try to define some of the other part of those deepfakes or impact of deepfakes. So again, Gartner predicted, this is a prediction from Gartner. Now, because of deepfakes, identity verification is becoming challenging. More and more more and more reliable systems are coming on board, very faster systems are coming on board, which are able to generate fake images so accurate that it is very difficult for everyone to differentiate between them. So Gartner is predicting 30% of organization will consider identity verification and authentication solutions unreliable. So every time we are using the biometric, using deepfakes, people will be able to bypass the biometric scannings as well. So authentication authorization will get breached. And as per Gartner, by 2026, 30% of organization will not be able to concretely say who is logging into their system. Now, deepfakes are fake synthetic media. We just established that thing. That means images, videos, audios, and text. So there are a lot of impact they are creating. Deepfakes uses neural network, which basically create the face, analyze the facial expressions, and they mimic the expression and voices of the people. And then they basically swap uh, or put a face of a person, different person on your video, or others video they put your face, and then they try to extort money out of you. And these are becoming so authentic these days, it is very difficult through any solution to identify which one is fake and which one is real. So this is basically using these deepfake images and text, audio, video. Cyber criminals are able to spread rumors, lot of misinformation they're spreading. They're stealing a lot of information. And the worst is that they are undermining the trust. So you can't trust anything these days. And this basically poses a huge risk to us, to anyone who is in a connected world, and all of us, 100% people are connected, are living in a connected world right now. And this basically creates very sophisticated phishing attacks. So earlier phishing attacks were someone calling you, oh, you have won in lottery of $2 million by Coca-Cola. You can easily say, oh, this is a fake. But with deepfakes, they are able to create phishing attacks which are very sophisticated. There are financial frauds, reputational damages, and they are able to, like we just talked about, they are able to create images so accurate that it can bypass biometric systems as well. So moving on, what kind of impact deepfakes are going to have? So these are the I have not listed all the attacks here. These are the most common attacks we have started seeing because of deepfakes. One is social engineering attack. Earlier, when someone else was like these days also, if I get a call from a bank and that person is using a very rowdy language, that means I know that this is some cyber criminal sitting somewhere in some village trying to extort money out of me. But now, let's say you get an email, very authentic, very similar email which you usually get from your manager. You are bound to accept that as an official email and respond back to it. You get a phone call from your boss, and you basically hear their voice from that side. And your boss says, oh, he's stuck somewhere. Share your credentials so that he can unlock himself. Because you are able to hear his voice, you are able to see his manners in his voice. You will share the credentials. So those kind of very sophisticated social engineering attack, phishing attacks you are going to see, they will be able to compromise biometric. Identity thefts are increasing day by day. We talked about this earlier, and this causes a lot of damage to the reputation. Now, someone will post a video on your behalf. You may have said something else, but they will just switch or change few words in your video using deepfakes, and your reputation will be gone. Financial frauds, they will basically cause the financial blackmail. They will extort money out of you. They will create a lot of disinformation, and there will be a lot of it's a repeat reputational damages. So these are some of the impact of defects we are going to see. We will be seeing a lot of solutions soon. I will say that post with responsibility. That's my advice to everyone. With this, we are going to talk about one more technology which is changing the world of cybersecurity. That is quantum computing. So you must have heard some news about quantum computing. Some of you who are very enthusiastic folks like to watch uh, binge watching, we call it a web series. So there was a series Asur came that talked about quantum computing as well in detail. So quantum computing, let's see what are the impacts of quantum computing on cybersecurity. So see, When I said asymmetric key is weaker as compared to symmetric key, this is the reason. When we compare the key length, the strength of keys between asymmetric key and symmetric key. So the first two columns are asymmetric key algorithms, and the third column is a symmetric key algorithm. When we talk about asymmetric, see the size of the key. The market standard for asymmetric key, that is RSA, is 2048 bit. 2048, it takes significant longer time to process 2048. And if you compare that length with AES, we don't consider it good or strong as compared to AES. Market standard for AES is 256 bit. You see the last cell in AES, third column, 256. You see the comparison for RSA for it, 15,360. Your computer will not be able to process that big key. What is used in India? See, 256 is an US standard. So there is an organization in US. It's called NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. They basically set the standard for the market. So in US, they have set a standard that 256-bit AES key should be used. But in India, many organizations are still using 128-bit key. So whenever you're transferring the money online, not through mobile phone, through online, you will see there is a screen which comes in between where it shows that transfer is in progress. Somewhere you will see that this transaction is protected by 128-bit AES encryption or SSL encryption. So in India, we are still trusting 128. Is it weak as compared to 256? Yes. Is it brokeable right now? No. So 128 are still very strong keys. So this is one of the reason we or market leaders believe in encryption using symmetric key as compared to asymmetric keys. Asymmetric keys are having other benefits, but they are not strong enough. Now, what will happen in quantum world? So when quantum computing will become a reality, right now they are not good enough. So once we are having a very smart, very powerful quantum computers, what will happen to our existing algorithms? So when RSA 2048 is the market standard right now, right? With quantum computers, its key strength will be 0. ECC 256 384, it will be 0. AES, so in India, we are using AES 128. It will become half, it will become 64-bit strength. Still powerful, still unbreakable. AES 256, which is used by rest of the world, will become 128-bit powerful, still powerful enough. So AES will still survive the test of time when we are having powerful quantum computers, but our RSA algorithms or asymmetric key will get broken. Right now, we talk about SSL TLS. So SSL TLS communication, your complete network security is based on RSA 2048-bit keys. So when quantum computers become powerful enough, they will break our complete network security. So here I have mentioned two algorithms which are very powerful. They basically attempt a brute force attack on asymmetric algorithm, and they are able to break them as well. They will be able to break them. In theory, Grow algorithm will be able to attack AES, but so far people are saying that they will not succeed against 256-bit AES keys. Let's see some examples here. Let's say you are having an ongoing communication over phone or between two computers. You're transferring very secured file from one computer to other. Using Shor's algorithm or the other algorithm, Grover's algorithm we talked about, they will be able to derive your session key because they will be able to break your RSA key, RSA protocol. They will be able to get hold of your session key and decrypt data in real time or later. So they will be able to listen to whatever you are saying or whatever you are transmitting. That means your confidentiality will be lost. Just think about like what was the business of Elon Musk in buying Twitter for an exorbitant amount. Like he paid insane amount to buy Twitter, which was not making any money anyway. Why did he basically bought Twitter? Or why did Facebook paid $3.2 billion to acquire WhatsApp when WhatsApp was not making a single penny? WhatsApp was free of cost, coming free of cost. These days also we are using WhatsApp free of cost. Why did Facebook acquired it for $3.2 billion. The reason is that's the data. Right now, all communication may be encrypted. In future, when quantum computers or computing power will increase enough to break that encryption, they will be able to read your encrypted data as well. So they are storing those copies right now so that they can decrypt them later. So with quantum computers in future, all the stored information will be at risk as well. So this is the real image of IBM's quantum computer. I took it from IBM's portal. I've seen this physically as well at RSA conference. Why did quantum computer able to process so fast? See, our whole digital world is represented by zero. It's a binary system, right? 0 and 1. Quantum computer works on qubits. They don't work on binary. They work on qubits. That means it can process zeros, ones, and 0, 1 at the same time. So, or both at the same time. So it is much more faster in computing the mathematical formulas. Quantum computer is not answer to everything. Quantum computers will be just faster in processing mathematical formulas. And whole cyber security, whole computing world, all algorithms are nothing but mathematical formulas. So it will be able to crack those mathematical challenges faster. And right now, there is an hope or there is an prediction that by 2030, we'll be having a large scale quantum computers. Almost all big players, IBM is number one right now in this particular field. We are very close or very aggressively investing in large scale quantum computers, and we are hoping that by 2030, we'll be having large scale quantum computers becoming a reality. So we are just 5 years away from that particular reality. So there is a term called post-quantum cryptography because cryptography will be broken. We just talked about it. Cryptography is nothing but mathematical challenges. There is a term given by NIST called post-quantum cryptography. So once quantum computer become powerful enough to break cryptography, what will happen then? So in quantum cryptography or PQC world, we just established AES 256 will still resist the life of or the world of quantum computers. Public key cryptography, that means your PKI, current PKI, AES, sorry, not AES, RSA and ECC, they will be broken. So in 2016, NIST anticipated that this is going to happen in 10 to 15 years from then. So they basically asked for the proposal for the newer algorithm which can protect world from PQC or from computers as well. So 13 or 14 proposal came on board. 3 got finalized initially. Earlier it was called Crystals, IBM's Crystals Kyber. Now it is called MLKEM. Dilithium, which is now called MLDSA, both coming from IBM. Later on in the finalists, they added the fourth one, which is FNDSA, originally called IBM's Falcon. So 3 out of 4 algorithms, PQC algorithms, are given by IBM, or these are the approved algorithm now. The fourth one, which is SLH DSA, earlier it was called Sphinx. The researchers have joined IBM as well. So most of these future will be protected by IBM. So this is what IBM is investing right now, is in our future. So now you will see that whole encryption world will change in next few years by utilizing these newer algorithms to protect us from quantum computers as well. So this is what I wanted to present today. If you are having any questions, I will take those questions in.
The audience can post their queries in QA box. We will entertain at the end of the sessions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge with us, and especially the challenges that you have highlighted and the impact of deepfake. Thank you. So here we are moving for the next session. The audience can put their queries in the QA box. We will entertain it at the end of the session. Welcome, Raghavendra sir. So our next speaker is Raghavendra Singh sir. So let me introduce Raghavendra sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Raghavendra is a global head cloud security business in TCS. He has over 16 years of work experience in the field of enterprise security. He has executed and led various engagements in the area of IT security transformations, program management, and custom advisory and innovation. Mr. Singh has an experience of technical architect, center of excellence in TCS. He has experience of technical lead, enterprise security service delivery in TCS USA, and IT security analyst, security technology support, TCS. Mr. Raghavendra is certified GNT leader, mentor, and design thinker. He has also done various certifications like Azure, AWS, GCP security, CCISO, CISSP, and many more. He is currently handling the key responsibility of market strategy, cloud security business in TCS, working as an analyst relationship management, customer advisory, security digital transformation, cloud security engineering and development, research and innovation, relationship management. He is a relationship management. He is going to deliver the session on cybersecurity threats, challenges, and growing significance. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya. I invite you to deliver the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Rupali ma'am. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon to all the teachers here on call. And Dr. Rinkesh, thank you so much for excellent session. I was hearing you throughout. I think it was really great. Let me share my screen. So I think this is third session for today. You have seen a lot of aspects. I'll try to avoid duplicate, but bear with me if there are some duplicates. Now, let's establish something, right? We are here because cybersecurity is important, but still, let's throw some facts, stats, why it is important, right? Why everybody is talking about it, starting from President of United States to WHO, to World Economic Forum, to all of us here in India, which is considered almost second world. Why everybody is talking about cybersecurity? Why it is so important, right? Some stats, very important for us to understand. $10.5 trillion of cybercrime in 2025. Just imagine now. It's not even GDP of India. Okay. This is more than 10.5 is just China and United States, I guess. No? So that's the cost of cybercrime in the world. Okay. India, unfortunately, is the second biggest destination, I would say, not source. Source are China and Russia. We are unfortunately victim of cybercrime across the globe. You see, the world's largest. Now, there are so many threats to globe. Just imagine. So you all might have heard of World Economic Forum. There is a very prominent forum which worked on private-public partnership based out of Switzerland. And they release global top 10 threats to universe every year. You open the data last few years. So there will be nuclear war, state-sponsored attack, climate changes, and unfortunately, cybersecurity and cybercrime is one of them in top 10 threats across the globe. Right? How misinformation, you just imagine a deep-fake video from president of our neighbor country or president of United States. What can it do, right, for rest of the world? We are at the verge of another war, right? So let's just understand how critical the technology can be at the moment. Some skill issues. We all are, Dr. Rinkesh spoke before this, you all are so much close to students, academics, you see placements day in, day out. And then we speak with a customer. I almost managed 250 customers in cloud. Resources are such a big challenge. Although data says 4.8 million gaps in skilled cyber professionals, it keeps on widening because the speed of technology, you see the speed of innovation. Past few years, we were talking about cloud. Now, last couple of years, we are talking about AI. Now, I'm pretty sure next couple of years, there will be something new. Obviously, the quantum and then something else, because the innovation is rapidly moving. We are not able to maintain the hygiene, and that is what I'm going to talk about today. Right? There are so many new innovation, new things are coming, but why we are keeping our password still admin123, right? So we'll have to come back to basic problems also. We have to understand the hygiene. Having forward looking future view is important. We'll talk about what are some innovation themes, but it is very, very critical to understand that how it is happening. Obviously, emails, I urge all of you, this is not time today, next time, whenever I visit Sri Vaishnav University, I'll promise you, all of us will go through a quiz to identify which is actually phishing email, which is not. It's a very simple, very fun quiz online available. Most of us, when we say, we are never get 100% on that quiz. It's emails has become number one source of attacks. Number one source. Even you talk about the executive levels, employees, students, everywhere. All the 0 days exploitable vulnerabilities are spread through email, at least most of them. Okay. Now, some about AI and generative AI. Now, technology is here. Are we ready? That is the question. When I interact with a customer, that oh, I want to do this on automate everything, bring this Gen AI use case. Why can't we do this, right? Yes, we can do. Absolutely. Technology adoption has to happen. But is the organizational change management ready to adopt that technology? I think governance of technology, security, transparency, very, very important. How we are going to, what is our readiness to adopt those technologies? Okay. Some stats around what we are seeing, what we are observing. I'll quickly move on. I think a lot of these are covered already. I'll give some example around it to refresh your memories. Now, AI powered attack. It has become very simple. Some of you might have heard, and I'll give you a local example. One of Sunil Bharti Mittal, in fact, in one of the NDTV programs, he revealed that one of his very senior executive of Bharti Group, based out of Dubai, they were called to transfer some money on behalf of Sunil Bharti Mittal. Same voice, same everything. You search for that thing. It has happened. There is a company called Arup Engineering. You go and search for it. It's a UK-based organization. They, in fact, lost money. And fortunately, this Bharti executive, he was smart enough that my boss can never ask such a large transfer over the phone. He did not do that. It has become so easy. There are so many deep fake videos you will see. In fact, previous president of United States, Biden, was one of the victim of deep fake attacks. There are a lot of celebrities which are facing this. It has become big challenge, and not just deep fake videos. Rather, it has given so much power to adversaries. So AI has given power to us, obviously, to ethical hackers, but it has given power to the black hats also. So AI driven malwares, you see, it has become to deliver those malwares. It has become easier to create the malware. Quantum is going to disrupt 100%. Dr. Rinke spoke about it. I'll not double click. IBM has made significant investment on it. Somewhere between 2030 to 2040, quantum is going to become reality. And it's anticipated that the store now, decrypt later. So that is going to happen. There may be a lot of encryption keys as a part of data breach, which might be stored with organized criminals. And we might have to face significant challenge. There is an immense opportunity in front of all of us to make our organizations, customers, crypto aware and crypto agile. That we say. Ransomware. I don't know if some of you have heard about, there is an organization called Conti. They work like TCS or IBM or any other organization. It has become an organized crime. So they get promotions, they get paid, they get all of it, salaries, proper leaves, vacations, and all of it. Now it has broken down. Couple of years back, if we were having this session, there were so many such organized criminal on ransomware. If you'll see in my last slide, in fact, ransomware payments overall has come down last year, fortunately. it again relates a lot to our cyber hygiene, that how we are maintaining our cyber hygiene. In fact, cloud computing, again, everything is on cloud now. The way Zoom we have connected, it's an SaaS application, software as service. Entire application landscape you are using in your phone, starting from Facebook to Gmails to Instas to all of that. Everything is hosted on cloud. Either we are getting it as either as an infra as a service or platform, or managed service as an overall software as a service. Significant risk it poses. Now, we used to have our servers, our boundaries, we can maintain it. Now, there is an shared responsibility model, number one. So we have to understand what kind of responsibility we are sharing with the provider. And number two, it has become as easy as just a click to expose something. And there are so many, it's just a simple Google search and you'll find different types of, in fact, Oracle, all of us know, one of the largest this database providers along with Microsoft. They are cloud providers also, in fact. They face this breach. In the past, multiple M&As has happened where one very secure organization has acquired another, but other had an insecure S3 bucket, overexposed firewalls and all of that. It has become really easy. So threat surface has expanded basically. And that is where we hear a lot about zero trust security. Basically, we are going to talk about some of those fixes in next slide. 5G, next level threat, this edge computing has brought onto us, the IoTs, these industrial technologies, devices. Some 6 years, I think 2015, 2016, I was working for a North America-based customer, and we faced our actually DNS provider faced an DDoS attack. It was one of the largest. So our entire site was down. And it was one of the largest pharma chain in US. They had 10,000 pharma stores and they were our customer. Entire site was, all the sites were down. Attack was on our DNS provider. In this DDoS attack, IoT devices were used. Those smart fridges, smart TVs, smart technologies. So IoT is such a big threat, such an huge investment needs to come here. And with EV, we really believe this solar and EV, this I would say democratization of certain technologies has given a big responsibility to us. So you just imagine there is an EV network which is connected to a payment cards, obviously, and then there is a network of EV charger. So, and then there are touch points between EV cars to the CPO's charge point operator, to the cloud, where the application operator, to the bank, to the payment card. So there are too many touch points, and a simple malicious attack can even bring down smart grids, right? Can choke entire power supply. So that's the kind of risk we are running into in the age of 5Gs and EV adoptions and the democratization of technologies. Supply chain, again, we all are dependent on each other. Okay, all of us. Okay, there are 10 different group of people coming to deliver this session. So you can think of it. You need a server, you need to host an application, you need a gate, you need server, you need apps. See, there is a supply of things, right? There is an ecosystem of supply. Similarly, in the world of software, there is a supply chain. Last year, you might have heard of a couple of years, in fact, been SolarWinds attack. And it was big attack, and it was all because of supply chain. Insider threat, all of us have. I'll not talk more about this. And then vulnerabilities, obviously, how to have those newer ways to get information, whether social engineering or any of. So we talked about some predictions, some data, some stats, and these are some threats. I'm sure folks before me have spoken about it as well. I just tried to stress. But what is solution? Okay. Where to get that multi-billion, where to get that awareness, where to get all of us ready to move to the next stage? There are two phases. One, what is immediate fix we have to work on? Okay. And this is going to talk about exactly that, the fundamentals, right? Bringing all of us back to fundamental, where the limited investment is needed, where all of us have to be ready. And then I'll take last few minutes to talk about some of the innovation which needs to happen. Obviously, there needs to be more larger innovation, larger education, and all of that in that area. Awareness, education, and training, fundamentals. Okay. How to make sure our masses are aware. And I'm not talking about all of us, right? And I may be talking about all of us. If we keep our passwords as an default passwords, if we do not have antivirus on our systems, if we do not do the definition updates, if we just ignore the patching of systems, we do not reboot our systems for months, we ignore the alerts we get, right? We keep our passwords same in all the sites, we keep a note of all the passwords. Is it you? I don't know, right? But I expect that not this forum, probably our parents, our grandparents might be in that category. So, but how to bring that movement of cyber awareness? I think a lot of effort as a part of CSR, all of us are making. The universities, the academia, the organizations like TCS, IBM, Google, and Microsoft, all the deep pockets are coming together to make sure. But it is responsibility of all of us to continue to educate everyone around us. Number. Privacy as a culture, and this is very interesting. Okay, so it's very different in this part of the world. Okay, and while working overseas in different parts of the world, and not just US, different parts, right? Nowhere, I always had big teams reporting into me. Some locals hire consultants. Rarely I knew anyone's salary. Rarely. Some of them, when we got close, I knew about their family and all, but rarely I knew any. But say salary and all, it's never a point of discussion. Okay, but how much we respect as a privacy, as an society, right? And I'm not saying it's always bad, but there has to be a boundary. We have to make sure we embed the privacy in our behaviors, we respect for it. It is going to help us a lot, I'm telling you. And no bank can come and tell you, hey, never reveal password, because everyone in family knows everybody's ATM pins. Okay, and this is not the I'm talking about, right? And it probably same at my place also, but it's different. But how to contain, how to make little shift to in this behavior, I think that is important, and we should work towards it. Workforce readiness, some innovations happening, we'll talk about in the next slide what are theme of innovation. But again, fundamentals are one, but we need our workforce. And as an academia, it's your responsibility. As an organized organizations, it is our responsibility to invest on that. But we definitely need readiness on cyber professionals who are investing, who are working on new areas of AIs, quantums, digital forensics on cloud, threat huntings, IoTs, EV security, and all of that. Speed of innovation. So India was probably last 20%, last 30% of organization who got, finally we have our own privacy law. It was released a year back and formalized a few quarters back. So adoption of innovation is important. We should follow, not blindly, but we should follow the trend. We should understand how to leverage latest technology, how to use them rather than shying away. Now, here is another problem, which a lot of debate has happened, right? What Mr. Piyush Goyal spoke about the startups, that we just do food delivery. We are not interested on real innovation. Okay. And a lot of you might agree on that, that we have sort of become consumers of innovation. Okay. And I'm not talking about 100%. Obviously, there are US-based organizations who are investing in India. But how many India-based organizations or academia or businesses are investing into innovation? I think there are, but very few, right? The kind of R&D budget, the kind of research is expected, it's not that open in India. Balance between security and productivity, always important. Always we keep in mind while designing security for our customers, and we almost manage security for most global banks across the world. And it's very, very important when you interact with end consumer, your actual business is to work for end consumers, B2Cs. It's important to make sure there is a right balance between productivity. You cannot keep asking 2-3 MFAs and all that, right? Your multi-factor has to be simple. Your password policies has to be simple and all that. You cannot have a minimum 20 character passwords you need. So that's the kind of. And then cyber vigilant, as in it's not just government's responsibility. It's all of us have to be vigilant about us, about our surroundings, and about everything we do. So that will build some sort of assurance. This is fundamental. Educate, respect for privacy, train yourself, be more open for adoption, invest on innovation, build a right balance, be aware. Nothing new I'm talking about, okay? It's just a fancy slide. All of it you know, I'm just putting a thought into your minds. That's it, okay? And then last thing, some innovations which are happening. I'll talk about 2-3 of them. And then trustworthy AI. Now, AI is there, right? Artificial intelligence for quite some time. When we say trustworthy AI, it's 4 or 5 facets of transparency, ethics, responsibility, and explainability and security, right? So it has to be transparent in terms of answer. It is able to explain why it does that. It has to be ethical. It has to be consistent with it, and it has to be secure. There is a huge investment around de-risking AI. All the organizations are making, and TCS, we are also working with our customers, how to secure the adoption of AI, how to make sure it is properly secure and governed. So that's a de-risking AI. Second piece, how to use AI in cyber security. Okay. Those use cases in cyber, like AI-based threat detection and response. Okay. How to accelerate that threat detection and response. There are more than 100 days it takes to in enterprise. There is a data available in I think it's either IBM or Verizon data breach report from last year. Some 200 said something days for an incident to be detected and responded and all of that. So how to bring that cycle down? So cyber for AI, how to de-risk the AI adoption, and then AI for cyber, doing detection and response for AI. Very important. Security for OT, IoT, this is one of the area very much ignored. And then with the EVs and solars, this is coming our way. All of our devices are smart now. We'll have to make sure there is a right level of security. And when we talk about, especially about enterprises, it has to be there. There is no other way. Still, if we compare between IT and OT, the level of maturity of cyber is very different. Okay. And then that awareness, that investment has to come. There is no question. PQC, obviously, post-quantum crypto, it is there. It is one of the innovation happening. Not mass adoption yet, but it is happening. Cybersecurity mesh architecture, Gartner speak a lot about it. And I think speaker before me spoke about it also. One of the problem that too many security technologies, too many tools, too many vendors and all of that. How to stitch everything together? I can have right visibility, right access, logging, monitoring, all of that. I think cybersecurity mesh architecture, we are moving in that direction. And these are innovation themes. Cybersecurity as a code. Now, enforcing security policy in a cloud. I've worked with customers who have 1,000 subscription on different clouds, Oracle, Azure, AWS, GCP. How to make sure there is a consistent enforcement of security around all of it. Enforcing security as a code, because cloud gives us flexibility to enforce codified security. Very important. And then human-centric security or zero trust security or whatever we like. Human is at center of it. Whether we talk about phishing attack, whether we talk about identity-centric security or zero trust security, it's all about human-centric. So how to make sure that we have a human-centric security, the risk is assigned to each individual, and each one is aware and accepting that risk, moving in that direction. With that, I'll just summarize my session. Cyber is important. All of us have established that. That's why we are here. Let's make sure we keep fundamentals always in mind. Fundamentals are important, but at the same time, we'll have to make sure that we follow the innovation, the speed of innovation. And this is the domain I highly believe. I have spent last 17 years now, almost of my career in this domain. And I'm so bullish about the cyber is not going anywhere. There is going to be increased investment. And I have seen that in last 17 years, the way the importance of cyber has moved across enterprises, the kind of investment, kind of importance we are getting now, it is going to exponentially increase in future. And this is a very critical topic and important career option for all of us. So with this, I'll just finish my session here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm privileged to be here. And thank you so much, all of you. We'll take if there are any questions.
Thank you, sir. If anyone has any query, they can post it in QA box. Okay, I think there is no question.
Super.
So thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and knowledge with us about the latest cybersecurity threats. So now let's move towards the closure of the plenary session 1. So for this, I request Dr. Prakash Chaudhary, sir, to present a concluding remark. Sir, please.
Thank you, Rupali ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. So at the outset, let me first of all say thank you to Dr. Anand Rajawat, who is the convener of this event, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Chairperson Dr. Anand Rajawat, convener Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, and coordinators Sunny Baggaji and Professor Bharti Ahuja. Congratulations to you all, and thank you so much for making me the session chair for this wonderful thing, which I learned many things. Dear friends, we started the session with my friend, chairperson of this session, Dr. T.N. Prasad, who is the director of SVIL with us at SVVV. And sir has started with great examples like Mahabharata, how the technology was that point of time. And he has given a very good example of Modi and Rahul are dancing together. So thank you, T.N. Prasad ji, for beginning the session with a great example, though he is a man of law and judiciary. Then coming to the session, our session reportee, Ms. Pallavi, and session moderator, Rupali Dave, ma'am. Let me thank you also and congratulate for moderating the sessions. We had 3 wonderful speakers in this session. And first was Dr. Forum Shah, and she spoke on defending against deepfakes with Microsoft security. Dr. Shah has given the case study about Zoom call scam, face sweeping technology in action, and she has given more important and emphasis on detection and protection. She has also told us how Microsoft is working about, and she told about Microsoft Video Authenticator, Microsoft Defender for Office 365, and Microsoft Defender for cloud. It was a wonderful session, Dr. Shah, and we learned many things, and I'm sure all the participants who were more than 185 have had a great session with you. Then the second speaker in this plenary session, we had Dr. Rinkesh Bansalji, who is the program director and leader of Security Dev Lab at IBM. Sir spoke about impact of deepfakes on cyber security, and he has thrown some challenges with cyber security. What are the impact of deepfakes on cyber security? And he has also explained us about symmetric and asymmetric use of some key for encryption and decryption, secure communication protocols. He told us about SSL, TLS, HTTPS, and SSH. He also gave more emphasis on quantum computers, which will be specially used for mathematical challenges and will be in very, very effective, probably from 2030, according to Dr. Rinkesh Bansal. Dr. Rinkesh ji, thank you so much. It was great learning session with you. And it was a little lengthy, but yes, very informative. Third speaker, we had Mr. Raghavendra Singh ji, who is a global head cloud security business in TCS. And Sir spoke on cybersecurity threats, challenges, and growing significance. Mr. Raghavendra ji very practically told about AI powered attacks, what insider threats we have, and how can now in this AI and fake AI, or you call it deep fake uh, world, how can you make privacy as a social behavior? This is what Dr. Raghavendra emphasized on. And at the last, he told what we have to do is we have to be very vigilant. We have to build the right balance. And he also spoke about different tools, the importantly trustworthy AI, security for OT and IoT. And really, the person like me, because I look after the Department of Education, Institute of Education in the university. So I am a layman in this, what today we were talking about, deepfake AI manipulation and cyber security, the new age of deception. But I also learned many things from all the three sessions, and wonderful speakers all three were. Thank you so much to the organizers for bringing such kind of speakers for all of us, the attendees. So thank you, Dr. Foram Shah, Dr. Rinkesh, and Mr. Raghavendra Singh ji for sparing your time. And I'm sure your sessions, your talks made a impact on all of us, and we will be aware about this kind of things. And I'm sure we will be very vigilant compared to the previous days. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. So as we
Rupali
conclude,
ma'am, was it okay, or some more you wanted?
no, sir, it's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
As we conclude the plenary session one, I want to encourage each of you to carry the positive spirit and the valuable lessons we learned here today. I would like to present my sincere vote of thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Chairperson, Sajak 2020, Dr. Anand Rajava, sir, Convener, Sajak 2025, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, sir, Coordinator, Sajak 2025, Professor Sunny Bagga, sir, and Professor Bharti Ahuja, ma'am. And special thanks to our speakers, audience, all the committee members. I want to inform the audience that here is a 5 minutes comfort break, and that after we'll start the second plenary session. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupali ma'am. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to you too, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Sonika ma'am.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Guru Prasad, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Professor Sonika. So sorry, I was not sure if you were asking for me or someone else. I'm so sorry about that.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Guru Prasad, sir. Sir, Namit sir is joining in 2 minutes. Can we
Yeah.
wait and can we start?
Absolutely. Okay.
Joining?
Sorry.
Sir, he is joining in 2 minutes. Or we
Okay.
can start.
Yeah, our speakers are here.
Yes, sir. First speaker is present here.
Yeah, sure, we can start.
Okay, sir. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, I, Dr. Sonika Srivastava, feel privileged to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, respected Chairperson, Sajag 2025, Dr. Anand Rajawat, Convener of Conclave, Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Coordinator, Professor Sunny Bagga, Professor Bharti Ahuja, respected Session Chair, Dr. K.N. Purus Prasad, and Dr. Namit Gupta, distinguished speaker, all directors, HOI, HODs, and all dear participants in this plenary session 2 of 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, Sajak 2025, on the theme Deep Fake AI, Manipulation, and Cyber Security, the New Age of Deception. In this session, we have 3 distinguished speakers, Mr. Akshit Jain, Program Manager at Google Cloud Learning Services. Second speaker, Mr. Dinesh Bareja, Founder and CEO of Open Security Alliance. And third speaker, Mr. Brijesh Patel, Manager at QRadar IBM. In this session, we have respected Session Chair, Dr. K.N. Guruprasad, Dean, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Science, and second Session Chair, Dr. Namit Gupta, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Technology and Science. As you all know, deepfake pose new security challenges, as cyber criminals can use deepfake technology to create scam, false claims, and undermine and destabilize any organization or individual repute. So this conclave insight on what measures can be taken to protect businesses and individuals from these AI-generated threats. Now moving ahead, in this session, I feel honored to introduce the first session chair, Dr. K.N. Guruprasad, Dean, Director of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Science. He is a part of 12 funded research projects from reputed government agencies like DST, CSIR. He has more than 100 publications in reputed journals. Now I would like to invite Dr. K.N. Guruprasad, sir, for the opening remark for the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sonika. Dr. Namit Gupta, my co-chair, and Mr. Akshay Jain, the speaker of this plenary session, and I'm told that 2 other speakers are going to join us. So we can start with Mr. Akshay Jain. I work in the area of basic sciences, not in computer science or information technology, but we also have forensic science as part of this university. And just a week back, we had a conference in forensic science, and that was about the traditional methods of investigation in forensic science and cyber forensic science, because as much as the computer science knowledge is advancing, I think criminals are equally becoming knowledgeable about any new program that comes into applications. Because the crime also has changed its shape. That's what we were discussing in forensic science. That it's not like the traditional crimes where probably the criminals did not upgrade themselves so fast as it is happening in computer science now. No sooner a new program comes, no sooner a new security is invented, they also upgrade themselves about how to break that security. And so it's a continuous process. I think there are more intelligent people now involved in cyber forensics because it requires a study, an understanding, and an upgradation all every time the computer area makes a progress in its knowledge. And it's one of the fastest growing areas, and also the applications are enhancing day by day. Various areas of applications are coming into computer science. So this webinar, I'm sure, will be very helpful in understanding the latest developments, and we have experts working in this field. Mr. Akshay Jain is one of them, and I welcome him to this plenary session, and we look forward to his lecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughtful insight for the conclave. It is always very awesome to get to hear from the expert having hands-on knowledge on the security. I feel honored and privileged to introduce our first speaker of the session, Mr. Akshit Jain, Program Manager at Google Cloud Learning Services. He is working with Google Cloud Learning since last 6 years, in which he worked with various universities and partnered to implement programs that will help their students to become Google Cloud ready. He worked as a community manager at Udar City for 3 years, where he handled global community of students, organizing various engagement activity and social media campaign to drive student to success and assisting them toward their graduation and PhD in quantum computing and spintronics. He also works as a community manager at Google India Scholarship, and he has a students experience lead at Android. He has earned many certifications like Data Analytics, Android Associate, Android Basic Nano Degree, etc. He will deliver the lecture on Google Cloud, Career Launchpad, and Cyber Security Certificate. Now I would like to invite Mr. Akshit Jain for the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonika and Dr. Guru Prasad, for the warm invitation and even deeming us just enough to be available for this amazing session and for this amazing conclave. So we feel very honored to be here and to talk about some of the things that we think are necessary when people think about cybersecurity. They think about AI and sort of like when we are here, we can we are one of those who might be playing the devil's advocate against the theme of the conclave, right? Because we know that currently deepfake AI and other cybersecurity threats pose a huge security threat to many organizations out there. But it's important for people and especially students of any higher education institution when they're learning about these concepts, they know how to use them ethically. They know how to understand these concepts in the right way and use them in their own career advancements because that's what they are here for. And even just help the world grow a little bit instead of using them for wrong things. So to be honest, when I heard about the whole theme of the conclave, the first idea that came into our mind was that maybe our particular team at Google might not be the right fit for this conclave because we have like really amazing engineers, product managers who work on cybersecurity and might be a great fit for this kind of session. But I think both the staff at SWV and us, we thought that while they might be sharing the same information that very many other esteemed panelists are sharing here, and they are absolutely right about that. I think it's important to have a little different segue to the topic itself, and that too around education, because you know how important that is for the students out there, and you know how important for them is to learn about the right concepts of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, right? So that's what I am here for. And I think Professor Sonika has already given a small introduction about me, but happy to hear anyone who wants to connect with me. You can just quickly find me on LinkedIn if you want. And Yeah, I think happy to take this session off now. Professor Sonika, Professor Guru Prasad, let me know if you want me to present my screen or will you be sharing the deck?
Yes, sir.
Um, so should I present my screen or?
Yes, sir, you can present.
Okay, sure. Okay, then give me 1 second. Okay. I'm so sorry. Generally, Google does not allow the use of Zoom that much, so I'm still very new to this, so just bear with me a little bit.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It's visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, then. So, like Professor Sonika mentioned, the theme of our current presentation is Google Cloud Career Launchpad, and primarily the cybersecurity certificate that we offer to a really large audience across, not just in India but globally. And cybersecurity certificate is not just the only certificate that we offer. We also have certificates on generative AI as well, which is very booming in the market right now. So and trust me, this is not a marketing pitch, so please do not treat it as such. We are here to just share knowledge. We are here to motivate you, all the viewers here, to just understand, why, learning cybersecurity the right way, learning artificial intelligence the right way is very important. And it's not just about that, right? It's also helpful, when you are hearing about these technologies out in the world, you maybe first hear them as a career opportunity and then maybe a world to grow in, because that's what these technologies are for, right? It's not meant to be used for harm. It's not meant to be used for wrong things. It's meant to be used for education and growth only. That's the best way to use them. They have their own power, and it's important that we're not misusing them. So, and I think the segue from that particular topic, one of the reasons why, when we talk about these technologies, we always try and club it with one of our very famous programs called Google Cloud Career Launchpad. And as you can see from the byline here, we are basically helping users prepare for the cloud first job market, right? So it's not just cloud first, right? It's cybersecurity first, it's AI first, it's deep learning first, it's machine learning first. It's so much stuff is happening through cloud nowadays, and it's just very important for whenever a user, a student, or anyone, even a developer or a career changer, they hear about cybersecurity or AI. It's important that they can find the right resources to learn about those, and the right way of learning is very important so that you can use the technologies in the right way as well. So, just talking about the different in-demand skills right now for, like I said, not just the cloud first, but cybersecurity first, AI first, whichever technology you want to mention here, it completely fits into cloud. And what are the right in-demand skills for those? So, we have done some research about, how exactly employers they and what exactly employers look for when they are hiring for any job out in the market right now, and how exactly these jobs they enable the attendees, or let's say the users, the students, into stepping into this sort of like a new environment where they can learn about how to use cybersecurity in the right way, how to use artificial intelligence or cloud for that matter in the right way, right? So if you just look at the first point, 85% of enterprises will adopt a cloud first principle by 2025, right? And why is this so important is that industries out there, organizations out there, even small and medium businesses, all of them are adopting cloud as their back infrastructure. And with cloud comes technologies like cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, all of these technologies, they come bundled with all of these cloud offerings, right? And when companies they utilize it in their backend infrastructure, right, the need um, for experienced individuals to manage those infrastructure becomes very important. And as they scale their organization, the increasing need of those individuals becomes more important, right? Because when you scale your business, you need more resources, more employees, and that's how the need of more skilled people generates up in the market. And it's important that that particular need is getting fulfilled in the market in the right way. And that's where the Google Cloud Career Launchpad comes in, where we try and help students or anyone who wants to learn about Google Cloud and all the technologies that come up with it, so that they can fulfill this need and start their career in the right way in the market, right? And if we move on to the second point, 80% of IT leaders feel that they have a lack of skills and knowledge among their employees. So, and this is talking about the current employees who are part of the organization, right? Not the prospective employees, right? Because while institutions and not just one institution, I think every institution across the world, they still very heavily rely on generic content, right? They are still teaching data structures, algorithms, maybe an old version of Java or Python, right? And we are not saying that that is wrong. That's actually a good thing because that helps you bring up the basics. But it's very important to actually find a major, so find technology, let's say cybersecurity, since that's the theme of the conclave. So we'll talk about that. Finding a major is very important, since because once you join a company, right, nowadays no organization wants people to take their time to get trained, spend 2 or 3 months to when after they join the company to hit the ground running, because every company and every organization, they're looking for the particular employee to hit the ground running, right, to just start away right away, start contributing to project work, start contributing, bringing in more money. That's how the current that's how compared to the current the environment is, the corporate environment, right? And that's why 80% of IT leaders, so people like CEOs, CFOs, CTOs, they think like that there is a lack of skills and knowledge among their employees. And that's what we challenge, that's what we are here to fill, basically, is use the program like Google Cloud Career Launchpad to help fill that skills gap, to help fill that in-demand skills gap for every student or every employee out there. And we have two more important points. So let me just track the survey here. More than 1/3 of tech leaders said professionals with cloud skills are the most challenging to find. So if you look after the hidden message here, it's not just about challenging of finding the right person with cloud skills, but it's also challenging to find the right person with the most up-to-date skills, right? Because technology is so fast, it keeps on changing, it keeps on evolving into something new. One day before 2023 or 2022, there was no generative AI. Now everything is running through generative AI. And that's how quickly the landscape changes when it comes to technology. In just 2 years, generative AI is such a huge thing that, to be honest, even right now when I see washing machines even mentioning using AI, artificial intelligence to clean clothes, I mean, that's just crazy, right? How much AI has penetrated into our daily lives nowadays, and uh, and I think the correct usage of all of these technologies is very, very important. And the correct way of learning these technologies is also very important, right? So, and I think once you have gained that, this particular third point, this one point, right, it can be easily fulfilled. Where if any leaders or professionals, they are facing issues in finding the right talent, you already have that. Right. And finally, student competitors will gain visibility with Google Cloud customers seeking entry-level talent. So that's sort of like a feature of this program, right? It's nothing related to this conclave. So, but yeah, if you are looking to enhance your skills, we are here to help you connect with future job prospects as well, who are looking for Google Cloud talent. So that's what we are always here for. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide. So, I mean, some of the features of the program itself before I step into the cybersecurity certificate that we offer, and I know that's what we are majorly here for. We know that, like the points that I mentioned before this slide, there are issues when it comes to expanding the knowledge of the students to any particular, technology major nowadays, right? Because we know that either because of the government pressure or the government policies, which has not been updated for many, many years, colleges are still, operating. Many colleges are still operating under traditional learning curriculum, which makes it difficult for even the staff of any institution to help their students, right? Because we have personally worked with a lot of institutions, not just in India but around the world, and the one common feedback that we have always received that, hey, Akshat, we really, really want to help our students learn something new, something related, let's say, to cybersecurity, to generative AI, but we are unable to find those resources. We are unable to maintain that curriculum ourselves because it's very difficult to for us to go against different kind of government guidelines. So that's where we try and lend a helping hand to all of these institutions with maintaining curriculum, with providing resources so that there are no constraint and expanding their enrollments in any major that they want, right? And I think beyond that, it's very important to understand that when you are learning these concepts at the base level, and when I say base level, it's at the institution level, being managed and being mentored by a faculty in an institution. You learn all the ethical ways of using these technologies in the right way. Right? It's very important that just learning about these on your own, let's say in online and self-paced environment. I know that also works. It's a great way of learning, but always having a mentor, a guide in your journey is also very important because they help you, not just understand the concepts, but also, how to use them in the right way. So that's why majorly, 90-95% of our program is helping faculty and instructors getting on board with this program and then helping them onboard their students so that there's a chain of learning that is being formed and students are learning in the right way. So, what exactly, we talked about a lot of things in terms of career launchpad and, cybersecurity and the kind of different kind of, learning paths that we offer. And that's, what comes up to the definition of Google Cloud Career Launchpad. It's basically a cohort-based learning program that blends faculty facilitated and on-demand content. So that's how it works. So as you'll see, I'll have to keep dragging it. Let me just drag it here. Okay. Oops, sorry about that. So as you can see, as part of the Google Cloud Career Launchpad, we offer many, many amazing different certificates and courses and learning pathways that basically helps users learn these particular technologies in the right way and in the most up-to-date way. That's because that's basically our intention, that we keep on updating our curriculum to the most latest technology, to the most latest information available out there. And at the same time, we throughout our courses, you will find that we also just touch on the security factor, the ethical way of learning factor on every sort of like let's say the end of the course or the end of a learning pathway, even end of a small quiz, because it's important that when we look at these technologies, we always it is just implanted in our mind that we need to use this for good and not for as the theme suggests, for deception, right? So coming to Career Launchpad itself, we provide 6 month no cost access to Google Cloud certificates that are listed here. Some of these certificates might even lead to global certifications where if they want to show they showcase their skills, not just to themselves, right? Maybe to any future employer or maybe to the professional network as well. We definitely recommend going for those certifications. We even have access to preparation resources and interview warm-up resources where if anyone wants to apply for a job after they've learned, they can do that. And not just students, right? We also have the same kind of information and the same kind of accesses for instructors and faculty members as well. So that's where, just reiterating my previous point, that's where our chain of learning comes from, that we are basically reaching out to a few faculty members so that they can reach out to many students. So it's one to few to many approach. And I think the most important thing here is to find the right institutions, find the right faculty members to do this. And I feel like and SWE is not a stranger to our programs, right? They have been participating in our programs for quite some time and have been doing an amazing job. It might be possible that some of our students here who are currently attending this session, they might have already been participating in this program. So we do motivate you guys to, help your other peers to participate as well. And if you are actually participating in the cybersecurity certificate, motivate you guys again to, you know, keep on, helping your other peers to participate as well. Because I think your institution taking this amazing effort to teach you about the ethical ways of learning and cybersecurity, and I think it's like very amazing. I don't think during our time we had anything like that and any support like that from our institution. But it's like very amazing to see that your institution is doing this effort to help you understand, the ethical way of using cybersecurity and AI. And the only way that you can do that is about learning cybersecurity and AI, right? And that brings us to our cybersecurity certificate of Google Cloud Career Launchpad. So the cybersecurity certificate itself it's a very new certificate that we have recently launched, and kind of fitting to the theme of the conclave because and this was launched in 2024. While we had the cybersecurity content for a very long time on our platform, we never really turned it into a higher education certificate, right? Because we always thought that cybersecurity as a concept might be too advanced for higher education students to learn at this point, and maybe 1 year down or 2 year down their professional career they can do that. But right now it's too advanced. But I think then we took a closer look into why is this so important, and how even someone with access to just a PC and an internet connection can still cause so much harm in the industry, and it can either be a student or a working professional, right? That's what we are seeing. And that's why we came up with the cybersecurity certificate, because like I've been mentioning throughout the session, using cybersecurity the right way, the ethical way, and learning about how you can use this not just for the wrongdoing but also for the right stuff, and is very important, right? Many times we have seen people who use any particular technology for harm. They they're either too free to do that, or they might not have the right opportunities to use that particular knowledge somewhere else and somewhere productive. So that's what we are here to help users and students understand, that these technologies are amazing powers, and you can use this power for good in the industry out there. And that's what you will learn in this course as well, right? So I think this certificate program helps prepare learners for role roles as entry-level cloud security analyst with developer security operation, DevSecOps. That's what it's called, right? So developer security operations itself as a field, as organization, is very important. Whenever we're talking about cybersecurity, because this is the first line of defense when it comes to pawning off any cyber threats or AI threats out there in the market. That's what this certificate prepares you for. Prerequisites, as you can see, no prerequisites at all, right? If you are currently in a let's say any science major, whether even if that's basic science, as Professor Guru Prasad mentioned, or any other technological science, you can still come and learn about this because cybersecurity is very important right now. Duration is 90 hours. So it's not a small course, right? We don't want to give you false hope. And we know that it's going to take some sort of major chunks out of your academic learning. But that's why it's so important, because we want you to understand this as best way as possible and get started with this in a right way, right? And I know I'm out of time. I'll just take 2 more minutes here and then I will be done. Here are some course objectives mentioned on the right-hand side, where you can just see, what kind of different technologies and tools that you will be working with when you are enrolled in this kind of in the cybersecurity certificate as part of Google Cloud Career Launchpad. And one more particular course that I want have to for sure mention when we're talking about cybersecurity is the artificial intelligence pathway as well, because we know that all the technologies like associate cloud engineer, data analytics, cloud digital leader, they have been in the market for quite some time. But generative AI itself is a very new concept, and it goes hand in hand with cybersecurity nowadays. Um, okay, sorry.
Akshitji, I would now request, can you sum up your session, sir?
Yeah, just 2 more minutes. Sorry, sir, for taking more time.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much for bearing with me. Like I said, generative AI is one of the new technologies in the market right now, and I think that's very important when you are learning about cybersecurity. So we would definitely recommend, your institution, your faculty members, and the students out here to go for generative AI as well when they're looking at it. Final passing points, if you are interested in any of our learning programs, this is not for students, but for faculty members. So please, motivate your faculty members to go to this link. The deck is already there with your faculty members. They can go ahead and apply. And especially if you're interested in cybersecurity and generative AI, we are more than happy to help you learn those technologies the right way and get started in the right way as well. So that basically ends up my presentation. Thank you so much, SVV and esteemed panelists and Professor Guru Prasad and all the other dignitaries for having me here. It was really, really honorable to provide this session to the users of Sajag 2025. So.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts regarding certification in cloud. Now, I would like to announce one important point for the participant to write any query in the QA box, and we will take at the end of the session. Now, moving ahead, I feel honored to introduce our second speaker of the session, Mr. Dinesh Obareja, founder and CEO of Open Security Alliance. He worked as an advisor of Cyber Peace Foundation and Defense Institute of Advanced Technology. He was also the ex-cyber surveillance advisor at Jharkhand. Mr. Dinesh Obareja is a cyber security management professional working in the IT and IS domain for more than 2 decades, providing services to the corporates and government for security, consulting, auditing, advisory, governance, risk compliance, continuity, and education. His interest includes national cyberspace in terms of security, development, innovation, and sharing his approach to training and mentoring. Sir will deliver lecture on deepfake trust and the war on reality, how cybersecurity must evolve. Now I would like to invite Mr. Dinesh Obareja for the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, for the introduction. Give me a minute to just set up my presentation and share it with you. Okay, share. Yeah, I hope this is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, so I'm good. I'm okay. You're all is well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Sajag, for calling me. Thank you very much, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit, for having me. And it's a pleasure to be back over here. As has been talked, my topic is the fakes, trust, and the war on reality, and how cybersecurity must evolve. Deepfake, of course, takes reality away from you. Trust was something which we were living on, and it is an ongoing war on reality. So we have to be careful, and we have to really know how things should evolve in the future. I won't take much time. There are very few sort of pointers which I have over here. But yes, I will try to do justice to sort of put the perspective or put this, the dilemma into perspective. First, a little bit about me, and which she has already spoken. Thank you very much for the introduction. And ये थोड़ा बड़ा हो जाता है, but I'm still okay. So we let it be. And this flow, this talk of mine, next 20, 25, 30 minutes goes into talking about the trust, internet, talks about deepfakes, talks about real world incidents, the psychological and security implications, the impact, how defense teams evolve, role of zero trust and cross-sector collaboration, etc., etc. But in an age where seeing is no longer believing, cybersecurity must defend not just data but reality itself. All along, all that we have been learning or whatever we've been taught in terms of cybersecurity, or whatever we teach in cybersecurity also, is that we have to secure data. Data goes out and all hell breaks loose in any company or any government. Recently, the government of India has been facing that. Recently, the government in the US has been facing that. Data from different departments goes out. It is hacked, breached, stolen, whatever. And, it's very difficult to really hold it back. But the reality is that you don't have to just protect data as a security professional. You have to really protect reality also, because reality is no more what you see. Okay, and it has been, of course, I would say, identity theft or cloning or whatever has been there for a long time. But all that was today, if we look back and see, it was like child's play. Cloning and all was child's play. Today, when we see deepfake videos, deepfake audios, deepfake crimes, it is a different world altogether and becoming more and more sophisticated with time. Sophisticated, for example, let us take the digital arrests uh, crimes. Would you have ever imagined that somebody could be arrested in that manner and would believe what they were seeing, but actually that was not real. So trust, trust has always been, and it is still, I would say, the invisible architecture that holds the internet. The internet is built on trust mechanisms, DNS, public key infrastructure, PKI, BGP. This is what it is built on. And today, any of these can be cloned or can be, I would say, compromised, and you can be made to believe something else. So, for that matter, even the GPS signals are there, which are being tampered with. So, what do you trust nowadays? How do you make sure that whatever you're seeing, whatever you are using, whatever is happening, can be trusted? Supply chain, for example, a supply chain, we have seen CrowdStrike problem happening about a year back. So where thousands of companies, got hit by the CrowdStrike patch, which was actually which was actually malicious. And that's a company which has been providing a very high level of security services. When we are applying or an update to any software which we are using, even Microsoft software which we are using for that matter. Not that anything has happened as yet, but do we trust that? All these things, when we are accepting them, the trust level is very low in our mind. And generally, well, I do that. I would sort of I say a silent prayer whenever I'm doing an update, and just hope for the best. Because if large companies and entities can be affected, we are just a single user. And trust basically is the human layer of cybersecurity. How we are human beings, we automatically trust people or trust something which has been in use by a large segment of humanity, let us say. Or maybe if it's, for example, an email from your boss, we will believe that, we will trust that. A voice on the phone can be your family's phone, can be a family member, can be your boss again, or somebody who you know. You will trust that voice. You will look at a video and you will say that, yes, it is true. Okay. Because that is our awareness and our training and our upbringing and our culture. It is a human thought process. However, in today's day and age, can we really trust it? And that's where trust fails. Because inside networks, you have malicious insiders. And as I said earlier, digital trust is not just a buzzword in cybersecurity, it is really the foundation on which everything is built. Unfortunately, in practice, we see a constant stream of trust being violated. Insiders are malicious. AI generated deception is challenging. Deepfakes are no longer science fiction output. So we have stolen credentials. We are living with stolen credentials. We are living with fake identities. And now, increasingly, with deepfakes. The system which we rely on, they are being tricked by attackers who exploit this very trust which we have built on. Even in our own networks, we assume that inside the network we are safe. But then there are malicious insiders who are playing dirty. Lateral attacks may be made by malicious, by malware or something. And AI, yes, it's a great innovation, and we all need to sort of get onto the AI bandwagon. But with AI, deception is still going further, right? We can no longer fully trust what we see, hear, or read. Deepfakes have crossed from science fiction into our inboxes, our video calls, and chatbots. They are not just clever manipulation, but they are emerging as a serious cybersecurity threat. And why does it fail? Because we are wired, we are human beings. We are wired to believe the faces and voices which we are living with. So trust doesn't fail just because of poor passwords or bad systems. Trust fails because it is deeply psychological. We are hardwired to trust faces and voices. We are built to believe what we see, what we hear. Because for most of human history, this has been reliable all along. Deepfakes exploit this wiring. It mimics those trusted signals. It takes advantage of cognitive biases, where we sort of make quick judgments without verifying. Then there is something called familiarity heuristics. That idea that if somebody or something looks or sounds like somebody we know, we are more likely to believe it. Then, of course, we are all wired to the internet, and everybody keeps talking about the fact about trying to keep things easy and not getting carried over by over exposure to the internet. So there is attention fatigue at the same time. So in a world where we are living with, we are overflowing with notifications, messages, and videos. We don't obviously stop to verify. So that is where deception slips in, right? And deepfakes, we all know what they are. So just to take a small bit of time over here, it has captured the attention of the criminal and defenders. So it's not just something which is there. The guy who had made deepfake thought that they could be stopped, but no, the genie was out of the bottle, and here it is, and becoming more and more sophisticated by the day. Earlier, what was it? We saw celebrities and political leaders being deepfaked. But now we are seeing cyber criminals using deepfake to perpetrate crimes, and this technology is becoming more and more sophisticated by the day. Audio, video, images. So, for example, there was in 2023, just a couple of years back, deepfake CEO voice, which was used in a $35 million fraud. And this is not the only one. There have been a number of more instances. Why? For a criminal, it's very easy. You get free tools for voice cloning, for face swaps, for videos or image manipulation. And they already would have sort of taken your information from the web by virtue of credential stuffing and be able to launch an attack on you. So weaponizing deepfakes, the 2023 video, this thing which I mentioned, the incident, deepfake audio of the company's CEO, it was used to trick the employee of the company into transferring $35 million, only a fake phone call. Then there is a huge volume of political disinformation campaigns happening. For example, if you see today, in today's day also, after the Pahalgam incident, if you see the amount of deep fake or fake videos being circulated primarily by Pakistani influencers, and it is huge. So if you were looking at those videos, you would probably start thinking that no, this is something wrong over here. Was it us who did it? But no. But during political campaigns, disinformation campaigns are there. For example, when Trump lost to Biden 2 years in the previous election, it was blamed on Russia. And later on, it was, of course, even I would say they had evidence that it was Russia which sort of manipulated or interfered in the US elections. Apparently, if you go on the internet, you will see a picture of a building where the Russian disinformation team sits. Quite a big building, but yes, that's how it is. So then you have celebrity endorsement scams, where AI generated faces and voices are being used to push fake products. And this is a big thing because we've seen uh, in India, we've seen deepfakes of celebrity actors like Rashmika Mandana and even people like uh, MS Dhoni and Virat Kohli. They have been missing. There's not a lot of large scale misuse, but yes, it is there. And then there is synthetic extortion, which is coming in. People receive threats involving faked, compromising content. And this shows how the misuse isn't theoretical anymore. So I'm sure you have read or heard about the synthetic extortion, where you get a phone call, a call on WhatsApp, and you answer the WhatsApp call, and there is some person on the other end who's unclothed, and they just stop the video over there, and they will use your picture, you know, to develop another fake video, and then blackmail you. Now, when we talk about it, it may sound very simple that yes, array, it was not me or whatever. But when people are being faced with this sort of a situation, there have been instances where somebody has committed suicide. And because when he or she sees himself or herself in that compromising position and pays up, but then is blackmailed to pay more or whatever. So this is really, really a very, very dangerous sort of thing happening all around us, and we need to be very, very careful in what content we are touching and what we are consuming. And it can take any form. It can take any form. I'll give you an example of today morning. I got a phone call, and from Axis Bank, the lady says that you have I'm calling you about converting your last purchase of 50,000 rupees into a EMI. And so can I tell you about the scheme and get it done? Well, I generally sort of get angry when I get these scam phone calls, and I said, no, I don't want anything. Just shut up and put the phone down. Then I just went online to check whether my account. I did not remember, by the way, I did not remember having made any 50,000 rupee purchase. But I said, let me anyway reconfirm. So I went online to see that there was no such, no such purchase, which means this was obviously a scam which was running. And I'm sure that the next thing she would have asked me would have been my Aadhaar number or my PAN number or something, or an OTP or whatever. So you have to be careful. I don't say I'm very careful, but yes, I try to be careful at times. Tools and platforms, like we said, there are plenty available. You can use, or you can check these tools out, you know, to sort of understand. I would really urge your university management to sort of put these tools out in the lab and see what they do. So that can be a sort of a learning that this is what can be done with a tool and what can't be done with a tool. So, like I said, trust is getting lost. So we are in a phase of the world, like when we say we are in Kali Yuga. Okay, but of course, it is not. We are right now in a phase where we don't believe what you see and hear, and that is a reality of life in today's day and world. Deepfakes and synthetic content are putting distrust in trust. Brands can be impersonated. Overnight, reputation can be destroyed. Law enforcement and courts are facing challenges as digital evidence is being fabricated. Democracy and public trust is threatened. People don't know what's real anymore. Attacks exploit our faith in familiar ways and voices. We read every day about, people losing money. So what is our trust factor when somebody calls and says, or somebody really calls and says, कि मैं hospital में हूँ, and can you please send me 30,000-40,000 rupees? Would you believe it? Your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, or somebody calling you, would take it as a joke. And maybe it's a real need at that time. So traditionally, whatever security thoughts or playbooks which we use, they are not ready for today's day and age, or for the age which is coming up. They were built for malware. They were built to protect data. They were not built to protect you. They were not built to protect reality. So we need to start rethinking on whatever we are doing, how we are doing our awareness training, how we are doing incident response, with this sort of deception in mind. So MFA, if it is voice and video, how do you take care of that? Signature-based detection. All this is sort of has to have a rethink. And you, you guys are in university right now. Very good time for you to sort of put your mind and maybe come up with, new startup ideas, new solutions to just take care of such problems which are becoming bigger and bigger, which have become bigger and bigger, and are growing by the minute, I would say. So as I say, like every technology, it's a dual this thing. So is AI. So is what deep fake. It's not that deep fake is only a bad this thing, but there's a lot of good which deep fake brings also, and can be used. But the question is about the reality. The question is about trusting what you see, the content what you see. So maybe you guys can put your mind to that. How you build trust-based, architectures. Not just zero trust architecture, which we are talking about again in today's day and age as a solution, but we're talking about social media. We're talking about consumer usage of content or consumer generation of trust. Sorry, consumer generation of content, which can be trusted by anybody who sees it. If you were to receive a video, showing something happening near your house or something, can you trust it? Or is it somebody just using, synthetic content and trying to scare you? So these are questions which we have to live with, and we have to sort of find solutions to. It is sort of an age of deception. Kalyug in the real form of the word. Cybersecurity needs to evolve, and it has to evolve very fast, because we can no longer rely only on identity. We have to see how people behave and verify everything, always. AI will be the problem and the solution, double-edged sword. It is the problem and the solution. And we need to use AI to detect synthetic content, embed traceability into digital assets. Maybe we use blockchains, or we use watermarking, or any other provenance tool which you develop. In short, we are moving towards a model where trust is continuously verified and continuously needs to be verified. And that content comes with chain of custody. So that becomes a new frontier. Real-time authentication. So where do we how does it evolve? It will evolve with human-centric defenses. Awareness becomes very high. Psychological inoculation. Psychological inoculation means exposing people to fakes builds immunity. Crisis response, laws and regulations. Our laws are lagging behind, not just India, but all over the world. And that needs to be moved faster also. Plus international cooperation, plus interstate cooperation, plus internal cooperation. So it's not just about the law, it's also about how we cooperate with each other internally. Internally means in the country, internally, or internationally. Evolving it further, digital truth must be verifiable. It can't be assumed. If I get a video or a call from somebody, from a friend or from my home, I can't just assume it is from my home. Cybersecurity has to extend beyond systems to human belief. And trust will be earned through transparency, traceability, and technology, which is very difficult, because the moment you talk about these things, a lot of other factors come into play, primarily privacy. So, in a real concern, no traditional security playbooks, of course, they are not ready. They are already, uh, defunct. They were built for malware, not for manipulated media. So we need to rethink everything from awareness training to incident response with synthetic deception in mind. I leave you with that thought. And thank you for having me. My time is right on time. So I do hope there was some food for thought for you guys and girls who are here.
Definitely, absolutely in time, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sharing your thoughts, provoking knowledge.
Sonika, madam.
I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thought-provoking knowledge on these big challenges and solutions with us. Please, participant can write queries in QA box. We will take at the end. I see.
Sorry, please go ahead.
So can we are going to invite next speaker.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that, okay, if there are any queries, you can email them to me. And also that I do hope that your students, would take up some projects in this area.
How we can collaborate, you can write in the chat box or you can discuss.
Drop me a message. We'll talk about it later because you have your next speaker, which is online. And I would not like to hold anything back.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you very much.
Now moving ahead, I feel honored to introduce our third speaker for the session, Mr. Brijesh Patel, Manager at QRadar IBM. He is distinguished leader with deep expertise in AI, agile methodology, cloud and cybersecurity. As a cybersecurity engineer at QRadar IBM, he led teams to deliver AI-powered, secure and scalable solutions that drive real-world impact. He was also worked as a program manager at Wipro Limited and also worked as a scientific advisor, Refronics Lab and program manager at Atos Center. He has earned prestigious accolades such as being named as 40 under 40, 20 influential personality of the India, 100 future leaders, and rising tech expert 2024. He has mentored over 1,000 professionals, delivered 700 keynote sessions at national and international level, and has good publication on generative AI. Sir is going to deliver lecture on deepfake deception, the rising threat of AI-powered financial fraud. Now I would request Mr. Brijesh Patel for continue with the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So before I begin, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the introduction, ma'am. And thank you for having me at today's conclave. It is an honor and a privilege to be a part of this event and share whatever I have learned in the past couple of years, right? So probably let me share my screen. I don't want to waste anybody's time. And here. So my screen is visible, right, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So we are going to talk about deepfake disasters, right? So probably most of the people who are here might have heard of some of the disasters that have happened, and some of them might have even experienced it, right? So before we want to begin what we're going to cover, right? So let me give an example of what had happened to me of a deepfake real life example. So I was sitting in my living room one fine day, a couple of months back, and I got a call from an unknown number. I pick it up. Sounded like my wife. So almost the voice was similar. There was hush, there was background noise, and etc. And said, I need 25,000 rupees on this number ASAP. I'm stuck somewhere. At the same moment, it struck me like something is wrong. I need to do it. But at the next moment, I realized this is not possible. My wife was upstairs having a shower. And this is when it realized like something is happening to me. I am being a part of a disaster that could have blown up. But because we are aware of some things or some things don't line up doesn't mean it might not be happening or it might not happen to anybody else. So I am not going to give any technical session or anything here. I think I'll touch what the earlier speaker touched here, but I'll give all those things that have happened in the past and that have resulted in huge losses to multiple industries, right? I'll begin with the first one. So there was a deepfake scam last year on a CFO that is based out of Hong Kong. So what happened was fraudsters used whatever tools that they had at their disposal, at AI, Gen AI, whatever, to mimic the CFO's voice and their video. The same thing that happened to me and happens to everybody. For example, if anybody receives a call from an unknown number, we pick up and we say, "Hello, कौन बात कर रहा है? क्या हो रहा है? कोई बात नहीं कर रहा," etc. We say a lot of things, but nobody responds from the other end. So what is happening in that case is somebody is recording our audio to train that model or train whatever they are doing it. And this the same thing happened with this CFO actually. So they had his complete video and voice DNA, I'll say, and they use this to talk to their staff, the company staff, the CFO that they are working for, to talk to them and transfer $25 million. So 25 million is a huge amount of money, right? For anybody, even somebody who is a CFO for the organization is huge. And this is where the first, I'll say, touch point was. We trust everybody here, right? Even if our boss is calling sometimes, yeah, they might be calling for something urgent, and we do not assume that this might happen to us, and that is what this happened. And this was the first known multi-person video deepfake attack that bypassed all standard verification methods, because the audio and video were so true or was so real that even their internal systems were not able to identify if this was a fake or a deep fake or etc. And this is where we need to have multiple layers of authentication or trust to be built up to make sure it doesn't happen to anybody. Because what happens here is we as human beings, we trust anybody and everybody. For example, the incident that I told about my wife, I got a call from an unknown number. What I could have done is I could have called my wife directly after that and confirmed, right? But usually we don't do that, or her phone might have come out of reach or switched off. And that is one form of authentication or validation that we should always have in some scenarios. But here it was multi-layered or multi-person attack here. And the key risk that was found here is the verification process. If we are talking to somebody on any medium, how do we believe that we are talking to the person that we are supposed to? For example, I am here right now, right? How do you trust me that the person speaking at the other end is Rijesh Patel and not somebody else who is giving any XYZ information? Right? Here it is a different scenario. Here there is no financial involved, but here reputation is involved. I might say some things here that I usually might not have in general or in a public space, and somebody who might be impersonating me or who might have trained a AI avatar out of my video availability over the internet and might have used the same link to join this meeting. And this is where the zero trust factor comes in, zero trust authentication comes in, where we take everything with a pinch of salt. We do not blindly trust anything, but we make sure we have made our checks and balances correct to understand this is not going sideways. So this was one of the incidents that involved $25 million. Again, moving ahead, there was another incident way back in 2019, right? So this happened in Germany. So 2019 is almost 5-6 years back, right? Even before that Gen AI boom had happened. So this is not something that has been happening recently. It has been in the industry or happening to the industry people since a while now. It is just because the technology is available to anybody and everybody. Bad actors are using it to do multiple attacks, I'll say, in various faceted angles. It can be multimodal, it can be voice, video, it can be impersonating somebody's credentials or anything. So this is one of those examples where the CEO's voice was cloned. So what happened was they used this audio and almost got away with $250,000. They asked somebody, their employees, to transfer them this amount even before Gen AI. Okay, this is 6 years back almost, where Gen AI was not in mainstream that they were not available to commercial public that time. And this was one of our other examples where huge amount of money was transferred. So excuse me. So this was one of the earliest examples of voice deepfakes where your business email is compromised. This could have only possible when this CEO's email address or credentials were compromised, and this AI trained clone voice model would have used to talk to their employees or their managers or their other stakeholders, right? And this is the earliest example that I know of, or I sorry. Okay, getting back. So this is one of the first examples that I could have found of, and another example of typical voice cloning, but not with Gen AI. This is a hardly coded algorithm or a machine learning model that was trained using available data, and this has been happening since a couple of years now. It is just because now it has come to mainstream. It has come to the highlight of multiple people across in and across industries, I'll say. And what is the impact that happened, right? The trust that people had in the leadership hierarchy was exploited. For example, let me say if I call my boss, I think he was here as a speaker during the first session before lunch. I'll say he's my manager actually. And if I call him now and I say, Rinkesh, can you transfer me this money and I'm stuck? He'll easily do it because we trust people, and because we know okay, people not might not ask for money unless until that is very critical. But because I know him, he would not take it very lightly. He would confirm it was me and then only do the requested transfer. But here, because this kind of scenarios didn't exist in the past, this exploitation was easily possible. And because of this trust is something that we usually trust very easily on people, right? And this is what bad actors use. They gain our trust and then ask us to do their malicious intent or what their intent is, right? This is another classic example of voice cloning even before Gen AI. And the third one is social media deepfake fraud that happened in 2020, almost 5 years back, right? So an executive of an organization was impersonated, and he was impersonated as endorsing a fraudulent scheme like MLM schemes or 25 दिन में पैसा double, right? For example, I'm just taking an example to spread that scheme quickly to multiple people. When we have somebody who has credibility, who has authority, who has following, and who people listen to, if they say certain things in a certain way, people do trust them. And this is one of those examples where that again coming back to the trust, right? People used this or spread this viral defect video of that executive, and it was nothing. He did not speak any of those words actually. So people or bad actors acquired video snippets of him of speaking at multiple locations, and then trade a model that impersonated or looked like him and fed words in his mouth. And this has been happening pretty frequently in a couple of days, right? We might have seen deep fake videos of people who are dead, for example Mona Lisa or Leonardo DiCaprio, Leonardo da Vinci, sorry, or Newton. People have created deepfake videos of them talking about certain things, or even people who are alive, like presidents, prime ministers, actors, athletes, or etc. People have been using. I think the speaker before me also touched this point, right? It is because we trust them. We trust whatever they are saying. There might be some credibility involved there, but we miss this fact, right? This is also a possibility where they are not the person who are speaking, and there is somebody else who has impersonated them in person or via an avatar and spreading this information or quote unquote misinformation. And what happened here was, because of this misinformation, millions of dollars were lost. Millions of dollars were lost of the executive, of the organization, and of the stakeholders that or shareholders that were associated with that organization. And this highlights another point of digital authentication. Like, how do we authenticate certain videos or certain video print of if that is authentic or not, if the person that is speaking or the video that is saying was generated by an authentic source and not been manipulated actually. This is where the technology has to move ahead and has to happen real time. It's not something after something has happened we go back to forensics and see, okay, this was a deepfake, but the damage has already been done. This is something where video players, online media players, or online uploaders have to come up with identifying even before that information or video has spread. And this had severe reputation damage for people and companies. Like the executives uh, reputation was gone 100%. I agree. The organization that he was associated with also was hampered a lot, and the people also whom he was associated with hampered a very huge reputation damage, because nobody wants to be associated with somebody who has or promotes a fraudulent scheme. This is where that reputation cost comes in, and this is where we have to be very sure, like whatever
So right.
media we are putting out, whatever audio we are putting out on the internet or video out there,
Sir,
something that cannot be. Yes. Ma'am,
Nothing,
you
sir.
was. Okay.
Anybody's there, Bharti? I think Dinesh जी आप
Yes, sir, you
continue
can
करें sir.
continue. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
please.
Yeah,
जी.
sure. So that is one of the things, that reputation damage is something that is takes a lot of time to reverse. Right, once it is done, it is done. Again, bringing back that reputation takes years to build, and this is one of those examples where people thrive or people mint money out of this reputation loss. And this brings to me very another case study for an energy firm. This was a near miss, right? They were saved, but by a thin margin. So what happened was, a deepfake audio almost convinced their executive to transfer $35 million. Almost, I'll say almost. It was not. It did not happen actually. But 35 million dollars to be transferred is a big money. And what happened here was, because that energy company had real time detection systems that flagged and stopped this transaction even before it even happened. Because one, it was a huge amount. It was being transferred to somebody who was not in their database, or who had a reputation of having similar accounts or etc. And there are multiple parameters that were flagged by these fraud detection systems. So these systems have been in market for a couple of years now. It is just because there is a cost involved to it, people don't use it. But when there is this huge amount involved, it is very relieving to for that organization to understand, okay, because we had this system in place, we were able to avert a huge loss of $35 million. And this is where real-time detection system come in, when detecting first and then stopping it. Flagging is one thing, but if the system flags something after it has happened, that is of no use. It has to be flagged and stopped. If there is a red flag, then people have to look at it from a different view, like what is happening, why is it being transferred, and who is it being transferred to actually. This is where this detection systems come in. And this is where, because the threat is involving or evolving dynamically, even the counter deepfake technology has to also evolve in a dynamic manner. Like for example, there are people who are doing things or changing voice modulations or videos in real time. Then also the detection systems have to adapt to that in real time. It is not something that we get that data, we train our model, and then it would come back and then flag. By the time that has happened, there is something new that has come to the market. And this is where we lack actually. We as organizations, we as institutions, and we as government, this is where we come in. We only take steps after the incident has happened. It is not, we are always reactive, we are never proactive. Almost, I'll say almost never, we are almost never proactive. And this is where everybody has to move forward. Not one institution or one entity or one government. Everybody has to hold hands here to make sure this kind of systems are built in real time, or this kind of system are built so that this can be avoided actually. So what steps can we use to make sure that this can be mitigated actually? The first one is verification protocols. We have all heard of multi-factor authentications, offline confirmations, right? But we almost never use multi-factor authentication. Like for example, if you ask me, I have MFA for everything and anything. My all email IDs, passwords, or social media is all MFA. But people, because it is difficult to remember, or you have to have another layer of security to go back to your phone and do that transaction, people avoid that. But this avoidance comes as a huge loss in terms of financial and reputation. Also, when there are huge value transfers involved, we need to make sure we take an offline confirmation via a call to the number that has been saved to a number, or some paraphrase or key phrase, or etc. Can be anything, but there is some offline confirmation if there is high value transfer involved. Training, for example, at organizations, people do get some kind of compliance trainings or phishing and email attacks to make sure if they are following practices, or they are uh, reporting these attacks. Can be a malware, can be phishing, or can be phishing, etc. But this need to happen at regular intervals, and even deep fakes need to be a part of this. If there is something unusual or the tone is mismatched, because all of these attacks, urgency is very there, urgency is critical. If there is urgency involved, then we have to make sure that we always vet everything or anything that is happening here. We don't do anything and everything blindly, and this is where training is involved. We have to have those trainings and drills at regular intervals to make sure we are aligned with everything. Technological defenses, we need to have AI tools that detect synthetic media via blinking patterns and also audio glitches. For example, there have been now uh, interview platforms that track your eye movement, track your speech delays, the amount of words that are coming from mouth, also blinking pattern, everything in real time to make sure if the person that is supposed to be in that interview is the same person, or there is some imposter who is giving the interview on that person's behalf. This is where AI tools have come. For example, even if you turn away from the screen for a couple of seconds like this, it flags off. There is something wrong. They are not able to track your eyes or something else. And this is where these AI tools are really helpful to track these things in real time. This is one of the defenses that we can actually have. And policy updates. Always restrict sensitive actions to hierarchical approvals. There is hierarchy for a reason, right? If everything was supposed to be done, and if we had trust in everybody, then there will be a flat hierarchy. Everybody would have been able to do anything and everything. But no, it is because when we have hierarchy, there is a second pair of eyes involved, or multiple pairs of eyes involved, to look at something from a different perspective that we might have missed. And this is something that we usually don't do. We usually trust anything and we go ahead with this. And these are some of the lessons, not everything, but these are some lessons that we can use to mitigate all these attacks, or probably try mitigating these attacks. This is not 100% sure. Let me give an example, right? I gave a kind of similar session earlier a couple of months back to a different organization, and there is a research paper out there that mentions almost 95% of cybersecurity attacks happen due to human negligence, human error, man in the middle, etc. It means humans are the weakest link in everything. For the rest 5%, we have tools, we have policies, we have procedures, we have everything. But because there is a human factor involved, and because bad actors thrive on this empathy, this trust, this uh, human touch that they say, or psychology, it is very easy for them to manipulate humans. System manipulation is very difficult, and that is the reason that 5% can be easily managed via systems that we have, or AI tools, or protocols, whatever it is. But that 95% is when it will happen only when we follow all these almost strategies that we have. We need to have protocols for ourselves and everybody. We need to train ourselves with the latest I'll say threats that are happening in the industry, and also update ourselves on the policies that can help prevent this, right? And that is how we can stay ahead, because deep fakes are evolving rapidly, and we need to adapt to make sure we are securing our presence, or our organization's presence in the market. And this can happen only when we work together, like tech experts, businesses, policymakers, and government, everybody. When they come together, this is only possible then when we are staying together and moving in the right path. We can all be staying together and work at different direction, that will not help. And this is where everybody has to come in, and you and everybody as students actually we need to make sure we are looking at problems from a different angle and making sure we can, or trying to solve those problems is also important. Or our approach to that problem is what will make sure we go ahead and we are not one of those culprit to this kind of attacks actually. And probably I might have finished on time. I'll hand it over back to ma'am. If
Thank you, sir, for sharing and discussing cases on deep fake and their mitigation steps. Anyone want to ask question? Please write in the QA box. Any questions from participant side? Okay, sir, we will catch you up in for discussing
sure,
later.
ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir, for thought-provoking session. Now moving forward in the session, I feel honored to invite Session Chair Dr. Namit Gupta, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Technology and Science, for summing up the plenary session 2 of Sajag 2025. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sonika. Good afternoon to all, and a very wonderful session. Actually, it was really informative, I must say, because we had our first speaker, Akshit Jain from Google Cloud Career Launchpad. He actually gave us insight about that how the students can be prepared for a cloud-first world. The skills like expertise which are required in the field of cybersecurity, data analytics, cloud engineering, generative AI. He gave us the insight about what are the skills which are required for expertise in these fields. He wonderfully explained about the whole program and the facilities which are available on this Google Cloud Career Launchpad. So, a wonderful and very informative session by Akshit Jain. Our second speaker, a very renowned Mr. Dinesh Obareja, CEO of Open Security Alliance, Mumbai. He talked about deep fakes, trust, and the war on reality, how cybersecurity must evolve. Really, nowadays the cybersecurity issues have become very prominent, and we every day hear so many news about cyber fakes and deep fakes and crimes like digital arrest and whatnot. So seeing is no longer believing. That was the, I must say, that is the mantra of a cybersecurity. So cybersecurity must also defend the reality. That is the basic concept. He very categorically explained about digital trust and about the different trust violations, how deep fakes are weaponized, how cybersecurity must evolve to handle the challenges of deep fakes and the trust issues which have come, digital trust issues which have which have become very prominent in past few years. Uh, our third and last speaker for today was Mr. Drijesh Patel, Engineering Manager Q Radar at IBM. He talked about deep fake disasters. He actually gave us a wonderful insight by quoting 4-5 very popular cases. Some of them are Hong Kong CFO deepfake case, then CEO voice cloning in Germany in 2019, and near miss at an energy firm in 2020, and one or two more. And he explained to us that how deepfakes or trust violations are actually creating a problem or havoc in the world. He also talked about counter deepfake technologies. He also emphasized wonderfully that how the mitigation strategies should be, what the mitigation strategies should be to actually counter the deepfakes, how we as a user have to be careful and more ready for more and more such type of deepfake problems. So, all in all, three wonderful speakers with very informative sessions from all three of you. And I thank you all for this opportunity to me. And thank you very much. Over to you, Sonika ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for briefing the session very deeply. It's very important to be safe and cyber resilient in this digital world. Now, moving further, I would like to invite Coordinator Sajag 2025, Professor Bharti Ahuja, to deliver word of thanks. Over to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think no connection.
Audible? Am I audible? Start?
Yes, you're connected now.
A very cheerful noon to everyone. I, Bharti Ahuja, Coordinator Sajak 2025, privileged to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore for the plenary session of 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense Sajak 2025 based on theme Deepfake, AI Manipulation and Cyber Security. The New Age of Deception, organized by Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya in the association with National Cyber Safety and Security Standards. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor N.K. Goyal, Chairman of Telecom Equipment Association, President of CMAI Association of India, Member Governing Board. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our speaker of the plenary session, Dr. Forum Shah, Tech Lead, Cloud Security and BI Department at the rate Cloud. Dr. Rinkesh Bansal, Program Director and Leader of the Security Dev Lab at IBM. Mr. Raghavan Shah, Learning Services. Dinesh Bareja, CEO, Open Security Alliance, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Dhiresh Patel, Engineering Manager at IBM, for their august presence in the program. I am grateful for them for sparing their valuable time to enlighten our participant and basic of cybersecurity. It is indeed a great honor for all of us to host this distinguished event in supervision of all the such popular personalities. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our session chairpersons, Dr. T. N. Prasad, Professor and Director, SVIL, SWB Indore, and Dr. Prakash Chaudhary, Director, SVIE, SWB Indore. Dr. K. N. Guru Prasad, Dean Science and Director, SVIS, SWB Indore, and Dr. Namit Gupta, Dean Faculty of Engineering, SWB Indore. I am very much thankful to Honorable Chancellor Sri Purushottam Das Pasari for their continuous support. I would like to express my sincere thanks of obligation to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Upinder Dhar for helping us in strengthening various mechanisms to host this event. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Anand Rajawat, Dean Academic and Chairperson of Sajak 2025, for providing encouragement to organizing committee to host this event. I would like to thank Dr. Jigyasu Dubey, Professor and Head of Computer Science and Engineering Department, also convener of Sajak 2025, all the members of Advisory Board of perfect and logistic support and guidance. I am also thankful to Head of Institutes and Head of Departments and the faculty members for their kind presence today. I take the opportunity to thank all the participants for registration Sajak 2025 and directive participation at the event. Have been involved academic partners, National Cyber. Thanks to IT support. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening. Over to you, Sonika ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we came to an end of 8th National Conclave on Cyber Defense, Sajag 2025. Now I will give a thanks to all speakers and organizing team and all participants to make this event a grand success. Thank you all. Be cyber resilient and be connected. Thank you.